Good morning, welcome along from Headingley, a sunny Headingley at this moment at least, for the fourth and final day of Yorkshire versus Derbyshire in this Division 2 County Championship match, which is looking like it is moving inexorably towards a draw. However, it is cricket, stranger things have happened, so we always have to at least recognise and doff the cap to the possibility that there could be something other than a draw. But I think we've all seen enough cricket to suggest that it probably is going to be a draw. David Fletcher and myself, Jonathan Doyle, to bring you the first half hour of this. Sonia Twigg is also our third voice today, Sonia of the Independent. And the state of play in the match. Well, of course, Derbyshire 190 for 3. Fletcher's going to hope to take immense pleasure from calling centuries from Wayne Madson, who's on 88, not out at the moment, and Brooke Guest perhaps as well. He's on 74. Partnership so far worth 167 for the fourth wicket the last time we saw play, which feels like a long time ago. Yorkshire, well, they have one bowling point and will be looking for a further 2. And if there is going to be some sort of miracle result, then you'd expect that it's going to be them who has to have a magical first hour or so, run through the Derbyshire batting lineup and get him in for a second time. But on this deck, as we saw it the other day, Fletch doesn't really feel like that's going to be the case. A second new ball can be taken in roughly about an hour's time.
Yes, I mean that could be key, couldn't it? They've got to get 17 wickets in a day, which is a tall order for any team, any bowling attack. And after taking 3 early ones, they would have been quite optimistic, wouldn't they, Yorkshire, on Saturday, but thwarted by the weather. As Ben Code bowls the first ball of the day, and it's defended by Brooke Guest into the onside.
Fair to say it's still a little bit on the nippy side. However, it was in double figures on the car temperature gauge driving in this morning for the first time, I think just about the first time this season, so maybe he's getting a little bit milder.
Well, it's supposed to get up to about 14, 15 next weekend.
Yeah.
Shorts will be on. Not mine, obviously, but somebody's, I'm sure. Code's on his way in again from the football stand end, bowling to Guest, who pushes it out for the first run of the morning into the offside. It bounces up and over one of those covered pitches that are being prepared for future matches, and Derbyshire up and running on the final day. They've moved on to 191 for 3. Brooke Guest up to 75. Excitement is building. Not here, but somewhere in the country I'm sure there's excitement building. A sprinkling of spectators, hardy souls, all of them. I'm going to have to go for my first update.
Code in, and Madson just gets an inside contact on it into the leg side. Adam Lyth is doing the fielding there, and he is standing just off the cut strip, just to the leg side of straight, probably about 19 yards or so, 18, 19 yards from the bat, just in case Madson doesn't quite get over the top of one that is pushing in that direction. Code in again, and Madson flicks that one square on the leg side, and it's going to be fielded by Matthew Fisher, whose throw is just a little bit on the strong side, but Johnny Tattersall manages to reel that in. They've picked up one. Madson going for the day as well. He's on 89, 192 for 3. Elsewhere in the field, well, there is a slip. Joe Root, Finley, in fact, is just coming out as I'm mentioning that. Finley Bean is at gully. Root has gone across to leg slip. There's a straight mid wicket and a man at mid on, and then Fisher at deep backward square. Shan Masood's at mid off. Got an extra cover and a sweeper square on the offside. Matthew Revis. Code's latest delivery is played into the pitch behind him by Brooke Guest, and Finley Bean fielding that at gully, and there is no run. Leaden skies at the minute. The forecast isn't so bad though for the day, so hopefully we'll get uninterrupted play for as much as we need to get to the far end of things and come up with some points. And Code pushes off at the Howard stand and comes in again, and that's flicked into the leg side by Brooke Guest, and a tumbling stop at mid-wicket by George Hill brings to an end the over. 192 for 3, so just a couple of singles there. 169 this partnership worth, and Ben Code just getting loose for the morning. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. You can get in touch at Sporting Lives 1 for yours truly, at Fletch Sport for the man from BBC Derby, and of course BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address if you want to get in touch that way as well. Fletcher's got one of those as well, and he'll remind us when he comes on. And Matthew Fisher, he's going to have first dibs at the Kirkstall Lane end with a rather large pile of sawdust, not too far behind where he's just thrown his mark. His marker disc. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 24. He was the pick really of Yorkshire's bowlers when we last saw cricket in his first delivery. He's just getting him loose. Pings that in halfway down the track, and Wayne Madson able to sway out of the way. Harry Brook giving the ball to Jordan Thompson, who gave it a good old shine. In comes Fisher again. That's pushed into the offside. Adam Lythe is round to field, but Madson will get another single. Mentioning Harry Brook, by the way, I know we didn't make it on air yesterday because of the horrendous conditions that we'd had throughout Saturday night and well into the day yesterday, and I promise you it was unplayable here. It might not have looked as bad as some grounds around the country, but it was definitely unplayable. But we did put an interview out yesterday with Harry Brook, which you might be interested in. Fisher in and bowling here to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side, and right on cue Harry Brook's in to field it from mid-wicket. A lithe looking Harry Brook as well these days. Just been working on a bit of fitness with Harry Booker, the S&C, down beneath the commentary position before the match started. A few sprints, a couple of superb tons this year, as we mentioned during his interview, but well worth a listen to Harry. Obviously been a difficult enough start to the year for him for personal reasons. He talked about all of that, and that is available on BBC West Yorkshire Sport if you go to their X account, probably on BBC Sounds as well, as that latest delivery was just pushed into the offside and Lythe did the fielding.
Talking about playable and unplayable, and there was still concern this morning, I thought. Wayne Noon, the match referee, was pointing and speaking to both captains and the coaches about the area in front of the east stand, which is still a bit muddy, isn't it?
Yeah, Fisher is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest, and Shan Masood does the fielding. It is, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's probably nailed on cert that if somebody goes and fields a ball where they've got to just pull it in back from the rope, that somebody's foot might go from under them down that. It does look pretty heavy, but of course once you've set the boundary markers you can't mess about with those.
Well, back in the day at Chesterfield,
they did.
Yorkshire played Derbyshire there, and Yorkshire bowled out quite cheaply. There was a crowd of about 15,000 in, and the captains agreed at the end of the first inning to bring the rope in to allow more people into the crowd.
Okay, oh well, fair enough. Oh, bowled him! Matthew Fisher has just bowled Brooke Guest for 75, off stump, cartwheeling back, and the first wicket of the day has been taken. 193 for 4, and Fisher, who, as I was saying, was the most potent of the Yorkshire bowlers earlier in this match, has started well on day 4.
Yes, he played that. I mean, we unfortunately, the big television screen's not on. I can't work out how to switch it on either, so I've got access to a replay. But the way Brooke Guest played it, he went back, but it was almost as if it kept a bit low on him, and he's gone for 75. He'll be hugely disappointed. Will Brooke Guest? There was a century there for him if he'd wanted one. I'm sure he did want one. 12 fours, 151 balls for his 75. So he batted really nicely to get Derbyshire out of a bit of a pickle. Oh, There we go. We've got flashing lights now. I think Sonia's sorted the television, although it says no signal. Well, that was I'm sure that was a good delivery. I'll tell you how good it was when I see it again.
And Aaron Donald will be going out, not to face Matthew Fisher immediately, because that was the final ball of the over. Ben Code can have a go at the new man possibly in this over. We'll see. Wayne Madson on strike, and that partnership came to an end at 170.
Yes, they added 2, didn't they, overnight? Is that right?
So that's a fillip from Yorkshire's point of view, because they were clearly struggling to take wickets the other day. Ball getting even older, 15 overs before another new one can be taken. So if they can get in long, and it's favourable overhead conditions, and certainly there must be some moisture under the top of this surface after the weather that we've had. They'll be happy to pick up one for stars when let's do any further damage. Bit of work to do.
More to get.
16 more to get. Yeah. That's a big call, but we're going to Wayne Slater's 10 more to another century.
Good catch. Ben Cowards going to continue. There's a helmet brought out for Finlay Bean, who's going in at short leg. So that's a slight delay here. Adam Lyde, now familiar, very straight short mid. Wayne Madson turns the first delivery from Ben Cowards sent over into the leg side, and there is no run. George Hill does the fielding. He's at mid wicket. So the other break, at least from a Derbyshire perspective, and they're not going anywhere particularly quickly with run rate below 3. Sun's just disappeared for the moment as Cole strikes Madson on the pad. He's a long way down the track.
He's on 90 not out.
Oh man,
What's going on there?
I have no idea. But it was a long way down the track. But I'd have been surprised had Hassan Adnan raised his finger there, but he probably doesn't want to do that again.
We should say that we saw, I was privy certainly to a view of the Wayne Madson hand after that injury in the field the other day. It looked pretty gruesome.
Yeah, horrible. Bottom hand, as Code bowls to him, and he solidly defends that out into the offside. It's about an inch long in between his his ring finger and whatever the other finger's called next to it, not the little one.
Yeah.
I don't know what that one's called.
He said 6 stitches in that side of his hand, the underside, if you like.
Some in the other.
And then 2 in the other, the back of it.
Yeah. Well, he showed it to me, and Anuj Dal was with him, and Anuj Dal didn't want to look. It was just a photograph. He's had his batting gloves adapted. As Code is in, bowls, he plays a defensive shot off the back foot up to Shah Massoud at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I think we've cracked the television. Or broken it, one or the other. Which is a shame, because I just about got used to be sitting this close to a jumbotron. As Coates on his way in again. Running towards us, Madson defends, straight back towards him. Lythe goes right the way across the pitch to try and stop it with his foot and misses.
With it being so huge, you now understand what view we get of you, just in normal vision, when you see it yourself on screen.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy seeing myself on screen. Nick Buckton sent me an email on fletchcricket@gmail.com, which I'll get to after this next. Ben, it amused me. As Code is in and bowls to Madson, who defends this one out into the offside once again. It's the end of the over. I fancy that was a wicket maiden. No, it was a maiden, wasn't it? Because the wicket was in the previous over. Absolute fool. 1-9-3 for 4. Nick says, in a morbid way, I was sort of hoping today would have been rained off to see if we could get promoted without getting a single batting bonus point all season. Some effort to get this far without one. Well, it's fairly straightforward. If you get bowled out cheaply in your first innings, which they have been twice, you're not going to get many batting points. And Derbyshire, the only team in the country without one.
Yorkshire didn't get one last week at Lords, 159 all out first time around.
It's a good effort not to get batting bonus points in there. Maximum in this match.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. there is that. So Matthew Fisher at the Kirkstall Lane end under heavy Headingley skies. No floodlights on. Right arm over the wicket, bowling here. First delivery that he's faced to an Aaron Donald. Turned that into the leg side. And there was no run. Hard-hitting batter. And Aaron Donald did a bit of commentary with us at somewhere or other. I forget now. I think it might have been down at Hampshire when he was playing there, up in the hotel.
He's good, isn't
he? He is actually, yeah. Nice lad, nice guy.
I had to tell him not to call Derbyshire Derby in the one-day game between Derbyshire and Glamorgan because I was getting absolutely battered on social media. But apart from that, he was really good.
And he comes again. Ooh! Now then, Donald has got just a little bit lucky there. He's got a genuine edge on it, but it was dying on its way past the left hand of Finlay Bean at gully, and he couldn't get anything on it. 4 runs is the result. But a bit of encouragement again for Matthew Fisher, as if he needed it after that delivery that bowled Brooke Guest in his previous over. He did smack the ball to all parts for Hampshire in a one-dayer at Scarborough. I think it was the season before last. And Aaron Donald.
He can do that.
Yeah, just when it felt like, I think it was a match from memory that Yorkshire might have been starting to move into the driving seat, and he took it away. Steps forward into this next delivery and punches it into the offside for Harry Brook to come round and field. So it can be a dangerous player if he hangs around for any length of time. But I'm guessing, you know, white ball, middle of summer at Scarborough, nice fast bouncy track is one thing. Headingley in April, when there's a bit of juice around, might be a little bit more of a challenge. That's not to say that he's not up to it. Fisher in, then they've got 2 slips back in place, and Donald has just nudged this one backward of points, and it's running away with real time, and a length fails to stop it. So another 4 to an Aaron Donald. But you can see what Matthew Fisher's trying to do. If he can just tighten things up slightly line-wise, he's still going to be very much in the game here. Maybe just an inch or 2 too much width. So 2 left in the over. The run rate is back up over 3.
I knew it'd
nudged up to 3.02.
Eventually.
Donald on 8. Partnership is the same. Then comes Fisher with that lovely graceful run up and delivery, and that's pushed back to him this time by Donald, solidly behind it. Matthew Fisher straightening things up. Certainly sounds windy enough out there, doesn't it, with the our effects mic.
He's found interesting ways to get out so far this season in Aaron Donald. Down the leg side in his innings against Glamorgan of 7.
In comes Matthew Fisher once more. Ooh, now then, he's dropped that behind him, and Aaron Donald bounces up quite steeply but avoids the stumps. That's the completion of over number 67. Fisher 3 for 33 from 17. Not sure whether or not this means that these two are going to bowl a long spell this morning, taking them right through to a second new ball and beyond, or if this is just a blast each. I would think probably more likely to be the latter, of say 3-4 overs apiece, have a bit of a breather and then back on with the second new ball. He's crept over 200 now though, Fletch.
Happy days. Yeah, Donald managed to have a wild swish at the second ball bowled by Liam Travaskis in one innings against Leicestershire. As Cody's in and bowls, Madson props forward and pushes it out into the offside. Brook does the fielding, and there's no run. So he's, and it was a horrible, horrible shot. Played right across the line. He played the first ball one of those little dabs down towards fine leg, and then the next ball, basically he closed his eyes and hoped for the best. And his shot in the first innings wasn't much better. He got out in a pre-season friendly and remarkable style, as this next delivery from Code is defended by Madson. He'd gone 6-4, 6-4 the first 4 balls of the over, and then the 5th ball of the over he reached probably I'm exaggerating clearly, but a couple of pitches away from the cut strip to get to a ball and slap it straight to cover. It was horrible, absolutely horrible.
Came up and did a bit of commentary with us, did Liam Travascus, in the first game of the season.
Down in Wales, obviously. His code is in, bowls to Madson.
Speaking of which, Nick Webber's just followed me.
Followed?
Why are you not following me before, Nick?
Well, that's outrageous.
No, I think...
Do you play them soon?
Maybe a new account or something, as soon as it's...
Nick Webb 2017?
You don't revise.
No, I remember that because I asked him why it was 2017, Nick, when I first met him, or just in 2017, it was before 2017 when I first met him. As code is in, bowls to Madson, who defends this one up to mid-on this time. We can hear him say no, because there isn't a single there. And 2017 was the year at which both of his daughters would be old enough to live by their own devices, he said, so that's why he called it Nick Webb 2017. And of course he's now stuck with it. 201 for 4, Derbyshire. Wayne Madson on 90 and Aaron Donald on 8. And code is in to bowl to Madson, who turns that into the leg side. He'll get a single here just to the left of Bean at short leg. Moves on to 91 now. 202 for 4. At this rate, I'll have done my half 11 before he gets to 3 figures.
You might have done your 12 o'clock.
There is a possibility that could be true as well. Derbyshire still looking for their first century of the season. It was unusual for Brooke Guest to get out because he's got a terrific conversion rate. Once it gets to 50, he more often than not, gets to 3 figures, but not today. Dismissed for 75. His code is into Donald, who defends this out into the offside. And there's no run. They still trail by 248, Derbyshire. They're 202 for 4 at the end of that over. Code 18 overs, 1 for 43. Madson has 91. Donald has 8.
And it sort of feels, you'd expect early doors at Headingley that it would feel like this, but when you've got a distinct lack of batting points on the board, you've got plenty of time within which to take them still, up to 110 over marks, another 42 overs to pick up as many batting points as you can, that it would be a little bit deliberate out there from the batter's perspective, because conditions will not be easy, even though this is a placid pitch. There's still a bit of moisture around and the overheads are in favour of the bowlers to some extent. Wouldn't want to go too far on that front because it is cold, so the ball's not swinging a lot. Little punch into the offside. First ball of Fisher's over by Madson, and he picks up 1. And Donald back on strike then. David Coleman says that sadly stuck in bed with flu, so very pleased to be enjoying the live stream and the commentary, cheering me up with Fisher's early wicket after Bradford City failed to make the League 2 playoffs on Saturday, despite a 4-1 home win.
Crawley Town thwarted them, didn't they?
Yep, as Fisher is in with the ball just short of length, and Donald stands tall, elbow up, punches it back to the bowler, no run. Good morning to you, Yorkshire lad. Still got 6 layers on down below you, 5 degrees C with wind chill. No ice cream today. Certainly not. And Russ Walker, good morning to you. Excellent opportunity for Yorkshire bowlers to get stuck into Derbyshire today on a wicket that might zip in a bit for a while. Let's see what we've got. Pitch it right up, gentlemen.
They had the heavy roller, didn't they? First thing.
Yep, Fisher is in. Oh, Donald again. He's riding his luck here. That's 2 genuine edges. This time it goes through third slip, really, and Yorkshire don't have one of those, nor a third man, and they've therefore conceded 4 runs. But Matthew Fisher getting Donald to drive. One not far from the left-hander Finlay Bean at gully, and now one that has bisected that gap between him and Adam Lyth at second slip. So Donald on to 12, dealing only in boundaries so far. 207 for 4.
The way he plays. Horrible phrase that is.
There's a chat between Masood and Fisher. Matthew Fisher now following the ball here, but he has, to be fair, Donald that is, hit both of them wider than where Lyth was, so they've closed in to some extent in that cordon. And Fisher's latest delivery, Donald, I think, traps that onto his pad out into the offside. And Fish, who wouldn't be one for doing too much chirping out there, not sure if he was speaking to the cordon or speaking to an Aaron Donald, but he did linger at the end of his follow through.
You found the middle of your bat then, I imagine. Something along those lines.
Yeah, not usually really one for saying very much. Maybe. Ooh, good delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind here.
Well, if Fisher had joined in straight away, I might have been more concerned, but he saw everybody go up, and then it took him a split second to join in, didn't it?
Yeah, and you usually know with Matthew Fisher if he's feeling confident because he's halfway down the track following through, turning to the umpire and flailing his arms around.
It took him a while to do that.
Imploring the official to get the finger up. It didn't do that on that occasion, you're right. So one to come in the 69th over. It's been an eventful little 16 minutes since an Aaron Donald walked out there. 12 from 11 deliveries, a couple of half chances, and he's got a single off the final ball of this over, which was just a little bit too wide really. So 13 off 12 for him, 208 for 4 after 69 complete overs, and we're getting ever closer then to a second new ball, as I suppose we would be, really.
Almost inevitable.
It is, isn't it?
It's
really?
almost inevitable, Dodgy, that we're getting closer. If we were getting further away, that would be news.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? But it's a bit like that expression, you're not getting any younger.
No, absolutely. I know all about that expression as well. Yes.
Me too. After yesterday.
Yes. Well, it was happy birthday, Dodgy. On air, happy birthday, because it was your birthday. You managed to manufacture a day off for us all, which was very decent of you, I thought.
We did eat some cake, didn't we? Nice bit of flake cake.
If you search social media, I'm sure you'll find a photograph of said cake with the birthday boy. Man. So it's going to be Ben Code to continue. His 19th over of the innings, bowling to an Aaron Donald, who turns this one rather uncertainly into the leg side. And it's fielded by Jordan Thompson, and there's no run.
It's an interesting field setting. I was speaking to Harrison Allen, the Yorkshire analyst, yesterday, and I think he was probably spending his washed out day looking through footage of other matches where there's not a lot happening with the ball and see what tactics that the team might employ. They tried the short stuff, of course, on Saturday when you weren't here to see it.
I saw some of that near the end.
Did you?
Yeah. Bowling to Wayne Madson mainly, it was short, wasn't it? It looked like it was trying to just stop him getting to three figures on the evening. As Code is in, more fielders come closer to the bat as he pushes that one out into the offside of Brookfields. So we've got a leg slip as well as the slip, short leg. There's a short mid wicket, and there's a man very straight at mid on, standing pretty much next to Wayne Madson, as well as an extra cover, so they're crowding around Aaron Donald. This
would make it into Ed Seaborn, our Bristol colleagues' 101 great field settings, I'm sure.
He does love a field setting as Donald plays this next Code delivery down into the ground.
I mean, you'd think, wouldn't you, really, that he could get together with Griff with some top draw photographs as the season goes on, and he could come up with the words, Griff with the pictures. Yeah. That would really make those dark winter nights.
They'd fly by, wouldn't
they? Fly by, yeah.
Absolutely fly by. I might take a picture and send it to him. I like that, Ed. Here's Code again. In bowls to Donald, who's defending it out into the offside brook. His extra cover.
I love working with Ed. I mean, obviously, I love working with you.
Goes
without saying,
doesn't it? Obviously, likewise.
Get
all that out of the way.
But I love working with Ed. He's just got such boyish enthusiasm for everything. We had some great laughs the other week. I know that you don't do excitement very often. I mean, last time you did excitement, I think it was when the Halifax Evening Courier said you could have Christmas Day off, was it, in about 1979?
Something like that. Here's Code, in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Off the back foot by Donald. He's going to pick up a single and move on to 14. Madson has 92, 209 for 4. I'm sure you have a point.
No, I was just, I don't know where I was going with that, so I'll just shut up now.
Yes. My professional life hasn't been blessed with much excitement, which is probably just as well. So Wayne Madson back on strike on 92. Final ball of Code's 19th over, 1 for 44 his figures. The field has stayed pretty similar as Code bowls, and Madson pushes this up to mid-off, who has actually, mid-on rather, who has gone a bit deeper, Jordan Thompson. He picks the ball up. Code takes his sweater from umpire Adnan, who says those footmarks don't look very good. And Derbyshire 209 for 4.
Not a lot of sawdust left of the massive pile that was behind Matthew Fisher when the day started.
It'll be a national shortage, I would have thought, this year of sawdust, isn't it?
Yeah. A few forests have been felled just to keep
so
April's cricket going. Yeah. So change of bowling, and we may get the short stuff again here, because as kind of suggested by yours truly, a bit of a blast from Matthew Fisher, but his job, having taken a wicket, lies really with the second new ball, which is 10 overs or so away, so it gives him time to get a bit of air in the lungs. And Matthew Revis is going to have a go from the Kirkstall Lane end. Wouldn't be as quick as Matthew Fisher, but he can still clock up a few MPH, and he was really putting his back into it on Saturday without any reward. First delivery is of good length and pushed into the offside by an Aaron Donald, and there's no run. You got to go?
I probably should. They haven't. They usually summon me at 11:30. They haven't summoned me, but I think we should let Sonia come in anyway. And I'll be back later. I might just pop back when Wayne Madson gets to about 98.
Yeah, you do that.
All right.
So Revis in from the Kirkstall Lane end. It's up there and full, and Donald with an exemplary defensive push back to the bowler. Run rate, not that it matters, but it just gives you an idea of whether or not the bowling side have been loose or the batting side are applying a bit of pressure. 2.97 at this moment in time, as Revis turns at the end of his run, and in he comes and bowls, and that's dropped out into the offside by Donald, and there is no run. Harry Brook is in there at cover doing the fielding. Good morning, Sonia.
Good morning.
Welcome along.
Thank you. It's a lot better weather so far than yesterday.
Yeah.
And I've actually managed to take my coat off even in this press box, which is also an improvement on yesterday.
Yeah, it's a few degrees warmer. Shan Masood just giving a wave to one of his bowlers down in the deep as Matthew Revis, there you go, back of a length, and Donald plays a cut shot in front of square on the offside. George Hill out there patrolling the east side boundary does the fielding. There's no run. There's a smattering, I wouldn't describe it as any more than that today, of spectators by comparison to the around about 1,000 we've had a couple of days, and obviously yesterday I understand there were 8 spectators were brave enough to make their way in. That was I'm not sure if that was an exhaustive list, but I think the stewards were introducing themselves to the spectators yesterday. But some people did actually turn up in the hope of watching some cricket as Revis is in and Madson plays the leave. They were super optimists, I think you'd have to say.
Yes, absolutely. And also, I mean, if it was me and I lived anywhere near Leeds, I would have definitely looked out the window and gone, I'll go down this afternoon if the rain stops.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have put myself through standing in the freezing cold and rain unnecessarily.
And of course,
but apparently 8 people did.
Yeah. As often happens, you get that irony about things. More in a sec, because here's Revis bowling to Madson, who's going to just tuck his front knee up and flick that in front of square on the leg side. Lithe fielding. He picks up one more, so 93 to Madson at the end of the 71st over and 211 for 4. But the irony being, we were all in there having a chat. The rain was falling, it stopped. They did a little bit of work, it started raining again. There was just water all over the place. And then you get to all the matches, the day's plays abandoned around about 1 o'clock, whatever it was, 1:15. finish off doing what we've got to do with that journo stuff and out of the building by 2, and then, as you do, the sun comes out.
Yeah, I had a lovely walk in the Pennines. I saw all the bluebells. It was hard to believe that a cricket match was called off just a few hours before that.
Bluebells? Oh, well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, we're nearly in May, yeah.
Nearly in May, although it feels like October, as we're going to have a change of bowling and Joe Root will bowl. So he just has taken off his little bum bag hand warmer thing, and there's a few warm-ups.
Finley Bean's just got the shin pads on, and he's going to put the helmet on here. So, Sonia, so I think...
Yeah, Finley Bean's going to go into short leg. As Root runs in, and that's played down the ground, but I don't think he's got hold of it properly, and that's just gathered by the fielder at mid-on for no run. He didn't quite get hold of that, did he, Wayne Madson? It looked like it almost slowed down as it was through the ball, through the shot before the ball really got there, as Root turns and runs in again over the wicket, and that's just defended into the leg side by Madson.
Yeah, that first ball he played, Adam Lyth had positioned himself just in front of where Aaron Donald is, just off the cut strip when Ben Code was bowling, and he'd been in pretty good position to catch it, wouldn't he?
As Root runs in, and that's pushed into the offside by Madson, and he will pick up 1 run. There was no fielder in the ring there in the covers. There's just 1 at point and 1 patrolling the boundary before you get to mid-off on the offside, and 1 slip, a very sort of cold-looking slip, I think it's fair to say, as Root prepares to run in to the new batter, Donald, who's on 15. Root over the wicket, and that's just played straight back into the pitch and picked up by the bowler. Yeah, sun's almost out. I think the sun is trying its best, but looking at the flags just down to our left, it is quite blustery here at Headingley. And there's a lot of long sleeve jumpers around as Root runs in, and it's played and it's driven in through the covers, and I think, yes, it will go to the boundary. There's a diving fielder who just couldn't quite stop it. Oh, he has stopped it. We'll see what the umpire's signal. It was hard to tell whether he'd crossed the rope when his hand was in contact with the ball, but there's no 4 that's been signalled, so he will just pick up a few runs for that. But that was really well fielded. It looked like that was just going to race away, but maybe that's a remnant of all the rain that we saw yesterday on the field having an impact and slowing the ball up there. As Root runs in again, and that's driven almost exactly into the same place, and that one will be more comfortably cut off by the fielder, who's doing a lot of work there to cut off that on the extra cover boundary and keep the runs down. At the end of that over, Derbyshire 216 for 4, Madson edging towards triple figures on 94 and Donald on 19.
Matthew Revis doing those couple of pieces of fielding, getting the blood pumping out there on the west side of the ground. So 8 overs from that possibility of a second new ball. I say possibility because they're not duty bound to take it, but I think it would be a great surprise if it isn't taken. Bang on the 80 over mark. Shan Masood mucking in, the Yorkshire skipper, grabs a couple of handfuls of sawdust and will go and lay that down around the landing, the front foot area for Matthew Revis.
I think it's worth mentioning there was a lot of standing water pretty much everywhere on the field yesterday that will definitely have an impact on how fast the ball travels across the outfield.
Yeah, and it's usually a quick one here, the outfield. Might just be a bit of drag. Harry Brook just getting himself into position. Just the 1 slip and a gully for Revis, as opposed to the 3 slips that Matthew Fisher had just before the end of his spell this morning. Madson driving that delivery up to Shan Masood at mid-off. There's no run. Fletch hasn't come dashing back for the cans yet with Madson on 94, so he's pretty confident this is not going to go for 6, I'm guessing.
I've got to ask about the double numbers at Yorkshire, because they seem to be favouring them at the moment.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't think there's any theory or decision around that. I think it's just personal preferences, as Madson with a double number drives that to Shan Masood at mid-off, and there's no run.
But there's a 33, 66, 88 and 77 and 44. That seems to be quite a lot. It seems a squad preference.
Yeah, there is an 11 as well, although he's not playing in this match, Dan Moriarty. And there is there a 22, he said, trying to recall. Here comes Revis, goes full this time, and that is Madson flicking it into the onside for Lythe to do the fielding, and there is no run. Have a quick check in around the grounds elsewhere, see if anybody's actually consenting to play on this final morning of a full round of fixtures. Revis just receiving that from Jordan Thompson and making his way in then once again with some mucky stains on his trousers from that fielding effort. Madson solidly behind this defensive shot. In Division 1 at Chester Street, well, they're still in the first innings of Essex in that match there, and they're almost up to Durham's 358. They're 346 for 3. So unless something may be contrived, it's not looking like anything else but a draw. Hampshire, though, are struggling against Surrey and could be beaten by an innings, conceivably, at the Oval, as Revis is coming in to bowl to Madson, who punches back down the pitch to him. No run. So Hampshire 128 for 6 in their second innings, 80 behind Surrey's only innings so far, 359. Hampshire, of course, were bowled out for 151 first time. Notts, well, they were all out for 400 a couple of days ago, and Warwickshire 212 for 5 in their reply. And also in Division 1, Somerset, well, they're 22 for 1 second time around against Worcestershire, who made 451 for 9 declared, so Somerset 120 behind. And Worcestershire, well, maybe with a little opportunity, as Revis is in. Full, flicked into the leg side by Madson, no run to complete the 73rd over at 216 for 4. Elsewhere in this division, at Bristol, Middlesex batting for the second time, a 316 for 4, that's a lead of 197. With 6 wickets still standing, and on that surface at Bristol, having been down there a couple of weeks ago, that's looking very much like nailed on draw territory. Again, unless something's contrived. And Northants, well, they're playing Leicestershire at Leicester, and the latter are 132 for 3. That's a 321 run deficit still in the first innings, just the second innings, if you like, of the match. Yeah. Up to date, here's Root.
Yeah, Root's going to bowl over the wicket to Donald. Root comes in, and that sort of glanced off the bat, not very comfortably, slightly wide of the fielder at short leg, so no chance of a catch, but there were a few sort of hopeful sighs from the fielding team as Root turns and runs in again. And that's, well, he's gone. Donald has gone for an attempted sweep and got absolutely nothing on it, I think it's fair to say, as the wicketkeeper walks in front of the bat to pick that up and return the ball to the bowler.
Yeah, fairly wide. He stepped right across, didn't he, and tried to sweep.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision with the fielder in at short leg, as Root is in again, and that's defended much more comfortably into the offside for no run. Madson wanted a run there, but Donald was firmly planted in his crease and not taking any opportunity to bring the batter on 94 on strike. As Root is in, and that's played into the leg side, but well fielded by Harry Brook there at mid-wicket. That sort of bounced awkwardly up in front of him, but he managed to dive and ensure that there was no chance of a single. As Madson is looking increasingly agitated at the non-striker's end in a desire to get back on strike. Root in, and that's played up to mid-on. Thought about a run, but decided better of it, and the score is unchanged on 216 for 4. Brook has just gone to a slightly straighter position there as Root is in again, and that's played, glanced off the bat down towards third man, and it is trickling towards the boundary, but will be 4 more runs to the total. Derbyshire move on to 220 and Donald on to 23.
Yeah, Joe just pushing that one through a little quicker, I think. Aaron Donald got into a reasonably good position, creating a bit of space outside off stump, but it didn't feel like it was genuinely the shot he was playing that came out. So maybe a bit edgy, but he got the boundary for it. And he's, as I was saying, when he came in, things tend to happen pretty quickly when he's around. 30 balls for 23, 4 fours now. So 6 overs now until a second new ball can be taken. Matthew Revis pushes off then. His first championship match of the campaign. Bangs one in short. He has a good short ball. We saw lots of grunt from him on Saturday, but was unable to pick up a wicket. Still the case, but he's got more chance with something like that. Wayne Madson having to arch the back to get out of the way. Hi Doidgy, says Malcolm Palmer. Good start, nice to see cricket again. Après la déluge. Bit damp here as well. A word for Doncaster Rovers, who made the playoffs after their best run of wins for 77 years. Well done, Donny. Malcolm out there in Spain. Revis is in, and with an open face, Madson works that out to a deep backward point, where George Hill does the fielding. 95 now for Wayne. Not on strike at this moment in time. Après la déluge on that email. Reminds me of Only Fools. Après, no, well, he does actually say après moi la déluge, doesn't he, Del Boy, in one of the episodes. Après moi la déluge. 221 for 4, meanwhile, in the real world. Revis is in, and that's round about leg stump and just flicked in front of square on the leg side for the incoming Dan Moriarty. There you go, number 11. All the ones out there substituting at the moment for Matthew Fisher, who's just standing our side of the boundary rope down beneath our commentary position. Might have gone to get his new ball bowling boots on, who knows?
Who knows exactly.
In comes Revis then to Madson. Ooh, first slightly iffy shot of the day from Wayne Madson. Well, apart from the charge he gave Ben Code earlier, and this one he just clipped it down onto his foot. One of those that, if you're having a pretty bad trot, probably rolls back onto your stump, something like that, but this time it rolled the other way. 2 to come in the over. Starting to feel a bit chillier again now, with the skies having filled in with some pretty grey cloud. Latest delivery has just turned into the leg side for Adam Lyth to field. Adam Lyth with his faded baggy old Yorkshire cap. Going to keep that same one for as long as he plays. I think he once told us on an interview, proud to wear it, and wouldn't want to be going to the shop and buying himself a second one. Like tight Yorkshireman, of course, like the rest of us. Ireland. No, not tight at all in Adam. That's flicked into the leg side by Revis. Not by Revis, by Madson, even bowled by Revis. So 223 for 4 at the end of the 75th. Madson 96 from 218 deliveries and 272 minutes of batting. So if he gets there, you're not going to be taking it away from him. He's had to work hard. Fletch, do you want to come back in for a minute or two? Yep. Oh, a minute or two, or however long it takes.
As Joe Root is just preparing to bowl his third over this morning. He's taken off the long sleeve jumper, but he's still got the short sleeve jumper on. So I'm going to invite Fletch if you want to take this.
Let's get Madson to 3 figures. No Derbyshire batsman has made it so far this season, as Joe Root is in from the football stand end and bowls to him, and he pushes this one out for a single. He might think about coming back for 2. Revis is there though to do the fielding, and he moves on to 97. Does the former Derbyshire skipper, 40 years of age, Wayne Madson, signed a new 2-year contract in the winter, so he'll be into his 42nd year by the time he retires. And Aaron Donald on strike now. Root bowls to him and he pushes it back to him.
Players do seem to be going on longer now, though, don't they? Like, it used to be that you'd sort of think 36 was about it, but they seem to be pushing well into their 40s.
And Derbyshire have got a dad's army of a squad at the moment, as an Aaron Donald plays a sort of one-handed drive out towards a wide mid-off, and picks up a couple of runs to move on to 26, 226 for 6. They've re-signed Ross Whiteley from Hampshire. David Lloyd's into his 30s. He's arrived on a 3-year deal as captain from Glamorgan. Samit Patel will captain the white ball side as Joe Root is in, and Donald goes for the little paddle. It's a very square paddle, and he picks up a single. I think he was trying to get it finer than that. 9, but picks up 1, moves to 27. 227 for 4. 2 balls left of the Root over, and Wayne Madson on 97 now. Just removes a bit of debris from the playing surface. He's been here many times, of course, Wayne Madson, in his first-class career, and just turns that into the leg side for a single.
Well, you thought you'd come back for a short stint, but this could be quite a...
Well, a couple more singles will do him. And then he can knuckle down, because Derbyshire's still 222 behind, still in danger of being asked to follow on to a degree, as Root bowls to Donald, and it's defended back to the former England skipper by Derbyshire's new Welshman, one of 2 new Welshmen. And it's the end of the over, 228 for 2. Donald on 27. Wayne Madson, who'll be on strike on 98. You couldn't do me a favour and pass me that microphone and phone from there, could you please, Sonia? It's pathetic, this, and I hate doing it, but I think we have to, sadly.
It's alright, well, it's just a shame we still don't have our screen working, just like 2 separate people
Yes.
having come and taken a look and prodded around at the back and the front.
I think they've tried their best.
I think they have.
Revis is in and bowls to Madson, who defends into the onside. And there's no run. Nearly there, Doige. Then I can disappear again into the ether for a short spell. Taking his time to get back to his mark is Matthew Revis. In his 11th over. Good economy. Yet to pick up a wicket in this Derbyshire innings. He's in now to bowl to Wayne Madson, who ducks underneath the short one and allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall. This, of course, could go on forever. We've all been here. You get very excited when somebody gets close to 3 figures.
And then it just drags on that little bit longer than you think.
Grinds to a halt, really. Yes, which is pretty much what it seems to have done now.
Well, unless you're watching the current England team, and then it's 50-50 whether they'll get there or not.
Revis is in and bowls to Madson, who turns this one to the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. He'll move to 99.
No, that was a bit of a harsh comment, but they don't take their time to get to the 3
No, they
figures
don't.
anymore. So you don't have to sort of have that agonising wait as someone creeps from 90 to 100. It's sort of, you're pretty confident it's going to get done one way or the other in a normal amount of time.
Revis turns at the top of his mark out to let you do the ones where Donald's batting. Revis bowls and Donald, plays some kind of attempted cut shot that doesn't work.
Yeah, sort of chopped down on that, and the ball went straight into the ground, sort of about 2 yards behind him and looped to the wicketkeeper. It wasn't the most convincing shot he's played so far this innings.
We've only seen him play in one way throughout the season so far, and that is to get on with it. He and David Lloyd just seem to want to score and run a ball, which is fair enough. As Revis is in and bowls to him, and he turns this into the leg side. It'll only be a single here for Donald. He'll move to 28. It's 230 for 4, and Wayne Madson is back on strike on 99. He doesn't look any different on 99 than he does on 1, which is clearly to do with the amount of times that he's been on both of those numbers, but I feel just creeping in a touch with Wayne Madson needing a single for his century, as Revis is on his way in and bowls to him, and he guides that out into the offside. It's going to get a boundary and reach 3 figures for the 37th time in his career, Wayne Madson, and this has to be among the better centuries that he scored. Good opposition, a damaged hand, And Wayne Madson, 278 minutes, 224 balls, 10 fours and a 6. He's 103 not out as Derbyshire moved to 234 for 4. Goodness for that.
It's been a good innings from Wayne Madson, who hasn't looked at all flustered by creeping into the 90s, and has been a very composed figure at the crease. And is also one of the only players out there brave enough to go without a jumper, as Joe Root prepares to roll from the football stand end, and that's driven sort of along the ground up towards mid-on. There will be no run, and I'm joined by Jonathan.
Hey up.
Hello. As Root turns and runs in to Donald, who comes down the wicket and plays this one almost identically but slightly wide of the fielder, and is able to race through for a quick single. Well, you can hear the wind on our microphone, even if from where we are you're not very aware of it, so it seems to be quite blustery out there as Root is in again, and that's flicked past the fielder at short leg and fielded at point, and will bring Madson onto 104. Doesn't look easy out there, but hopefully the new ball will add something for Yorkshire and bring a little bit more nip and movement than we've seen so far, as Root is in again, and that's defended straight back into the pitch by Donald for no run. Root does a race through his overs. He's definitely a useful player to have, especially if the team finds themselves slightly behind the run rate. He does seem to like to get on with it, as he runs in again, and that's driven up towards mid-off on for, and he will get through for a single, but there was potentially a chance of a run out there had the pickup been a lot cleaner at the non-striker's end, but Yorkshire slightly missed out on that as the ball was fumbled by the fielder there at mid-on, and Root will run in again, and that's clubbed away by Madson into the air, and it is taken, so Madson's fine innings comes to an end at 104. He just tried to go after that one and didn't quite get hold of it at all. It looped high in the air, and the fielder had a long time to set himself for that catch. Derbyshire 237 for 5.
Yep, Harry Brook was the man who got himself into that good position to take the catch, and took it very comfortably indeed in the end. And you got to question, after all the effort that Fletcher's just been talking about in calling the 100, why would he go and play that shot at that point? His team are not completely out of the woods here. They're probably going to be, and he'll probably get away with it, but you have to scratch your head a little bit at the shot he's just played. But that's not taking away anything from the knock itself, and as Fletcher was saying, hand issue, the fact that batting conditions are not easy, or have not been easy out there. He's been peppered with short stuff. He's had some good new ball stuff to deal with, or not new ball, but younger ball stuff to deal with when conditions were in favour of the bowlers, and he has done a really good job in taking them to this stage. It just feels like, after all that work, 280 minutes of batting, 225 deliveries, it was a strange way to go.
Yes, absolutely. It seemed almost like the pressure was released, and he just couldn't resist going after one there that was from Joe Root. I'm not sure it was tossed up any more than some of the other deliveries, maybe a little bit shorter, and he's gone after it and not got hold of it. But I think it is always hard for batters who have worked so hard to get to their century to sort of restart and set themselves again. I think a lot of batters have spoken quite regularly about that being one of the hardest things in cricket.
So 10 fours and 1 6 in that 104, and as you heard, he is the first Derbyshire batter to achieve the feat in the 2024 campaign, so well done to him for that.
The 2024 campaign that has lost 6 days to rain so far this year puts it slightly more into context, I think.
Revis is in, and that's to Donald, who tries to flick it off the pad, but it wraps him into the thigh pad there. There's no run, so just 11 balls away from the possibility of a second new one, and that is another issue with that dismissal. So close to a second new ball. You really would want a man who's been out there and faced 226 balls and scored 104 to be facing that.
Absolutely. It's going to be a new challenge for 2 newish batters.
Revis is in again and bowling here to Donald, who's just dropped that into the offside. Finlay Bean round to do the fielding. So a bit more of a, what you might describe as a regulation feel about the field setting here by comparison to one or two we saw earlier in the morning. Slip in a gully, deep backward point. There's a man in front of square, deep on the leg side, just a few yards in from the boundary. A long leg, mid on, mid off. And then the man who took that most recent catch, Harry Brook, in the covers, and Adam Lyth at straight mid wicket, as Donald takes a ball short of length from Revis and guides it out to the incoming Matthew Fisher from the western side of the ground. 1 run. Donald onto 31.
And this will be Dahl's first ball. He's had to wait a little bit of time to get it.
Anuj Dahl just does the usual, make sure his feet are going to be in the right place, taking the guard. There's just going to be an adjustment to the field now with the new man in. Can they nip him out perhaps before the new ball is taken? So that means Finlay Bean is coming in under the helmet at short leg. He's going to be standing just inside, maybe a strip and a half, in fact, away from the batter. Lyth goes into gully and out of that straight mid-wicket position, and Revis then to Dahl, throws one fullish and well wide of off stump, and Anuj Dahl will be happy to see one sail by.
That one looked like it had a little bit more nip to it than some of the others that we've seen, and we have a working screen. Excitement in the morning.
Thank you very much. And now we're in. The story of the morning. Brooke Guest out the last ball of the 65th over, just 7 minutes past 11, bowled by Matthew Fisher for 75. As Revis is in short, pulled with control by Anuj Dahl into the ground, and bounces up and strikes Finlay Bean in there at short leg. He's going to get a bit of a tap on the backside from Johnny Tattersall, who runs up there with the gloves. Jordan Thompson's also going over to, I'm not quite sure really, congratulate him on still being alive after he got hit by the ball, something like that. And then Wayne Madson, just recently out, 54 minutes into the day's play, 77 overs and 5 balls into the Derbyshire first innings, caught by Harry Brook off Joe Root for 104, though the 2 wickets to have fallen. If you join us in the last few minutes, Revis is in again, and Anuj Dahl steps back and cuts that out to the incoming George Hill, and will pick up 1 to get himself off the mark. So 6 more balls and a new ball can be taken. It's 239 for 5. Let Fletch back in again in a few minutes after he's done his update.
I'm not sure if they're going to take the new ball though. Joe Root seems to be taking off his jumper.
And 6 more balls yet before it can
6
be
more balls.
taken.
So this
Yeah,
will probably be the last over before it can be taken. Joe Root preparing to bowl what we expect to be his final over of this spell, at least, from the football stand end into the newer batter in Dahl, who just takes his time to mark his guard. And Root is coming over the wicket, and Dahl plays that straight into the ground, and it's gathered by Finlay Bean at short. In at short leg there. He's slightly closer for the spinner than he was when he wore that slightly uncomfortable one on his what looked like the back of his shoulder there, as Root is in again, and that's glanced off the bat but wide of Bean. I'm not sure it was a chance, it looked like it went straight into the ground, but it will be encouraging signs for Yorkshire as they want to get as many wickets as possible to have any hope of getting any result in this match today.
yeah, another one will be handy because it'll bring him another bowling point.
As Root is in again, and that is played up to mid-off for a single, and Dahl will move on to 2 runs.
Derbyshire, well, of course, 150 the follow-on, or within 150 is the follow-on avoidance target, so still a bit of work to do there.
As Root bowls that one, it's just glanced off the bat into the leg side and fielded by Harry Brook at a straightish mid-wicket for no run. There's still some work to do in this game, as Root is in again, and that's defended into the offside. Yeah, still quite a long long way needed to get some result out of this, but it's a shame that we lost all day to play yesterday. But that's been so much the story of this season, unfortunately. Up and down the country we've seen so many days of cricket lost as Root is in again, and that's played off the back foot by Dahl but into the offside, and it would be picked up for no run. At the end of that over, Derbyshire 241 for 5, Donald on 32 and Dahl on 2.
Let's just have a look then and see if this second new ball is about to be taken. I think whoever comes on to bowl will give us the indicator, and yep, the new ball is being waved to the direction of the scorers. And so Ben Code it is who's coming on at this Kirkstall Lane end to try and take some wickets. So if Fletch can sit back in his usual chair, I can step out before this this over gets cracking, and you can describe the clatter of wickets here, Fletch, as they start to fall with the second new ball.
Well, they're not out of the woods yet, are they, Derbyshire? They're still trailing by 209, so my rudimentary math suggests they need another 60, I think, to avoid being asked to follow on, which is clearly, once they reach that point, the game pretty much meanders to a close, I would have thought, but that Wayne Madson dismissal was extraordinary, really. And clearly something that Derbyshire didn't need. So the new ball is taken on 241 for 5. And Ben Code, who started the day's proceedings from the football stand end, is bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end and goes straight through an Aaron Donald first delivery past the inside edge of his bat. So first blood to Yorkshire with the new ball.
Yeah, just a bit more sign of life with the new ball, isn't there? It certainly reminds everyone what a swinging ball means for the batters, and a new challenge for them to face as well.
As you said, two relatively new batsmen to the crease. Donald 47 deliveries, or 46 deliveries faced. Dahl 8 as Code bowls to him, and he turns this one into the leg side. It's fielded by Revis. And there's no run. The big television has been restored, I'm delighted to say. I mean, when I say big, it is huge. But it's most welcome. Most welcome. We're not looking straight down the pitch, but we are on the television screen. Almost feels like you're there. Oh, we are. Here's Code. And bowls to Donald, who pushes this out into the offside once again. Going to have to be cautious. These two, with Alex Thompson to come in next, and then Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner and Pat Brown, and that's it. Dahl, the first of the all-rounders, along with, I think Alex Thompson likes to consider himself an all-rounder. Why wouldn't he? Zach Chappell, feast or famine with the bat, really, but can strike a good ball. Blair Tickner and Pat Brown, not so much, as Code is in, and that one is defended once again by Donald, showing really good patience here for someone who likes to get on with things.
I think maybe he just realises it's time to get used to the new ball, because he did come in when the ball was quite old, and I think it's fair to say, despite the best efforts of Revis, it was not doing a lot. No.
He's got to knuckle down. That deficit of 209 is the most important figure on that scoreboard at the moment. 241 for 5 as Code bowls, and he gets an inside edge out to backward square leg, picks up a single, a rather fortuitous single out to Matthew Fisher.
Yes, he did not look comfortable at all playing that shot, and it could have gone absolutely anywhere. It careered off the inside edge, and so often you see those just go straight back onto the stumps, but that one sort of glanced down towards fine leg and a slight let-off, I think it's fair to say, for the batter.
He's used both edges of his bat quite nicely so far in this innings. So Aaron Donald got a few through the slip cordon earlier on, as Dahl waits, flex of the knees, and then defends this delivery from Code up to Shan Masood mid-off. It's the end of the over. 242 for 5 Derbyshire, and Aaron Donald on 33, Anuj Dahl on 2, and they remain 208 runs in arrears.
Yes, there's still a way to go for Derbyshire. to avoid that follow-on, although I think that's their main target, and then the game, as soon as that happens, the game sort of meanders along.
They have to get there. I mean, I'd be absolutely staggered if they didn't enforce the follow-on with a lead of, well, obviously it would be more than 150.
That is a bizarre stretch.
Isn't it just? What is going on there?
I think it's a side stretch.
I'll let you describe. He only had his forearm on the floor.
I mean, that's quite a common one when one of your legs is on a bench, but not when one of your legs is being held by a teammate.
I'd never have got up. I'd never have got down in the first place, mind, but I'd never have got up.
As Matthew Fisher prepares to bowl from the football stand end to Donald. Fisher is in over the wicket, and that's just played comfortably into the leg side by Donald, who brought his bat down, I think quite late, but still timed it well and managed to sort of defend that and get a quick single. There are, with the new ball, as you would expect, there's a few more slip fielders around, so we've got Root in at first slip, Lyth at second, and Hill at third.
Watch out for Anuj Dal's running. He is the fastest professional cricketer in the country. I'm not sure Aaron Donald's too far behind either, so there could be a few quick ones.
As Fisher is in again, and that's played off his pads by Dahl and flicked down towards the fielder on the boundary at fine leg, and will just pick up a single for that. Yes, he is quick. I mean, there's a few contenders for that. Over the years, you have seen them get a lot fitter and a lot quicker between the stumps. I know Josh Butler is one who races that, like it's almost a race sometimes. He's so quick between those stumps, although he's not a player that you see regularly in county cricket anymore.
Ever.
You
don't see him field in the IPL either, due to that ridiculous law that they've got, regulation.
As Fisher is in, and that's played comfortably down towards backward point by Donald for a single. They've done well this pair so far to keep rotating the strike and keep getting the singles, even if they haven't scored a boundary for a few overs now. As Yorkshire just take a minute to reset slightly.
Yeah, it's important they keep picking up these runs. We can't just, I don't think they have any intention of just defending, but they can't get into a defensive frame of mind, really.
Well, if you defend too much, you're just sort of inviting that pressure on you, and the field creep closer, and that's always in the back of your mind as a batter. As Fisher runs in, and that's played towards point. They thought about a single, but on that occasion, it was just too close to the fielder, and we were sent back for no run. Yes, it's just an interesting sort of passage of play, this. Yorkshire haven't gone so far on the attack. They've not got sort of crowding round the bat or any of these slightly obscure fields that you see more often now, but it's definitely an attacking mindset. There's a sort of shortish extra, and Shah Massoud is right on the edge of the square there at mid-off. As Fisher is in again, and that's glanced off the bat down towards mid-on, and it's slightly wider the fielder, and he will pick up another single. They've done well so far to rotate the strike, so I will just run through the field for you, as Fletch might have to disappear, or might not.
No, I left my phone on the table at the back there. Felt lost without it. You carry on.
Through the slips, a fielder on the boundary at backward point, one at extra cover, one at a sort of more regulation mid-off, as Fisher is over the wicket, and that's glanced off the bat and put down by Finley Bean at third slip. That was the chance that Yorkshire had been hoping for so long, and he'd driven at that ball that was pushed slightly wide by the batter, it would have been a very good low catch down to his left, but he spilled it onto the ground, and you could look at that as, well, we might be looking back at that later as a key chance.
He should have caught it, really. Down to his left, you're right. He had to get down quickly, but he got down. If you watch the replay here, he went hard at it, and Aaron Donald, and it was, 6-7 inches above the ground. Got to be taking those. Said the man who's watched his team drop 13 catches so far this season.
It's an unwanted impressive statistic. As Rivers is in from the new over from running away from us, and that's just defended into the offside by Dahl for no run. Maybe feeling his let off slightly there.
It was Madson's 37th first class century, but only his 36th for Derbyshire, and his first in first class cricket here at Headingley. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
as Revis will bowl over the wicket to Dahl, who is on 4, and Dahl goes at that one and almost gets on it. That has beaten the bat, but it hasn't quite caught the edge, and he will survive. There's lots of applause and groans from the slip cordon that went just wide of the outside edge, and he will remain at the crease on 4. Derbyshire 246 for 5.
Yeah, nice ball that, wasn't it? Just moved away from Dahl. Derbyshire need to employ a team of scientists, say Adam New, and to find a way to keep Wayne Madson going till he's 50.
Well, take some tips from Darren Stevens as Code runs in again, and that's again left the bat and gone wide. That was another good ball from the Yorkshireman, and it's safe to say there's a few problems out there for Dahl, who hasn't looked as composed as his batting partner.
Again, just a hint of movement, not extravagant, but enough. Dahl was on the move.
I think enough is all Yorkshire will be looking for after. I mean, this remains. If they can make some quick inroads, then they still have a chance of victory, which goes quite quickly if the follow-on can't be enforced, as Code is in again, and that's played out towards backward point by Dahl for a single. He managed to not sort of push too much at that one, which was, I think, a slightly slower delivery, and he's got off strike, bringing Donald, who's been slightly more attacking, but there isn't a move to change the field by Shah Massoud, and the fielders are staying pretty much where they were for the new batter and Dahl.
So I'm never sure that an Aaron Donald's ever fully in.
As Code runs in again, and that's wafted at by Donald, but again hasn't caught the bat, but wasn't very far away, and Donald walks down and prods the pitch. But yes, I think that was another close one. His footwork didn't look like it was quite sort of sorted out there. He looked quite rooted to the crease. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay or not, but he sort of felt quite rooted to the crease as he played at the ball there. And although I said the field hasn't changed, Brooke has just moved into gully. So there's 3 in the slips, and what is he, gully or a 4th slip? It's hard to sort of between the two really, as Code is in over the wicket, and that's pushed at by the batter down towards backward point, and he'll pick up a single. So at the end of that over, Derbyshire 248 for 5, Donald on 36 and Dahl on 5.
It was the way that Aaron Donald pulled his bat inside the line just about as the ball was thumping into the wicketkeeper's gloves that I was particularly impressed with on that penultimate delivery that went past the edge of his bat. So he'll be pleased to have put bat on ball. We'll get that single at the last delivery of the over. Madson's this is a remarkable statistic. Of course, Derbyshire generally, when they played Yorkshire away, would play in Sheffield because of its proximity to Derbyshire, of course, and therefore the crowds would be bigger. But it's only the 8th Derbyshire player to score a first-class century at Headingley. As the new over begins, and that one almost cuts Donald in half. Terrific delivery from Ben Code.
Fisher, I think it is from that.
Is it Fisher at that end? You're right.
Yes, that
Yes.
was. We're just looking at the
was a
replay.
good
That was
delivery,
a
wasn't it?
beautiful delivery.
Absolutely
Fisher.
cut him in half.
Just far too good for the batter, and just over the stumps.
Didn't do an awful lot.
It didn't, but it was parried by the wicketkeeper. It bounced a lot. It sort of lifted off a lot more than I think the wicketkeeper and potentially the batter expected.
There is Fisher again, bowls, and that one is off the edge of Donald's bat, down to third man for 4. Not the first time it's gone off the edge of the Aaron Donald bat. He moves on to 40. Only 3 slips in place, went past where about a 4.5 slip would have been.
Yes, it's interesting that they brought in the 4 slips at the other end, but they didn't at this end, and they've sort of almost been made to pay for it, although there was that chance in the last over that was put down by Bean at the 3rd slip. And the wind is really getting up. I mean, you can see the trees sort of moving over there, and if I just lean over, the flags are going quite quickly.
Yes, this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Donald. I know you were sitting in this chair before, but you can half feel the breeze coming through that open window, can't you?
Yeah, I sat there yesterday, and that was one of the reasons my coat didn't come off all day.
It's not warm.
It's not.
It's not warm. So,
and if you look at the spectators, they are well wrapped.
Oh yeah, blimey. As are the photographers. I've seen David Griffin around the ground over the last 4 days. I know he's downstairs at the moment just hammering out statistics about Wayne Madson. As Fisher's in again and bowls to Donald, who attempts a drive. It sort of dribbles up to mid-on. So Wayne Madson has now scored a first-class 100 for Derbyshire on 12 different away grounds, which is the same number as Dennis Smith, puts him joint second. Of course, Kim Barnett has most of the records. 14 centuries for Kim Barnett on away grounds. He holds all the batting records for Derbyshire. Those other 7 Derbyshire batsmen to score centuries at Headingley, I will give you in a moment, as Fisher is in and bowls to an Aaron Donald, who drives it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Shan Masood. So the first of them was Stan Worthington, Arnold Hamer and John Kelly. Mike Page also got them, as well as Luke Sutton, Usman Khawaja and Chesney Hughes, who, if memory serves, scored 227 not out in a match that they might have lost. Certainly got him above 200.
That's a bittersweet 200, isn't it?
I think so. What a player Chesney was, and still is. As Fisher bowls way wide of the off stump this time, and Donald has nothing to do with it as it goes through to Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. He picks up all the helmets, which are not in use at the moment, and trots down to the other end. Dahl has 5, Donald has 40, Derbyshire 256 for 5. It means they trail by 194 runs still.
No, putting Bean at short leg for the seamers was a short-lived and probably quite painful experiment for the opening bat. He wore one on the back of the shoulder, and I think he's much happier in the slips.
Yeah, I would be.
As Code prepares to bowl from the other end, and he's over the wicket, and that one has moved in at him, and he just about gets it away, does Dahl, into the offside for no run. Masood has just crept closer. He's a sort of definitely a shortish definitely sort of 2.5 strips away there at extra cover, as there are still 4 in the slips for Dahl from Code, who has looked quite lively and had a couple in the last over that moved past the edge of the bat, as he turns and is in again. And that one goes more in towards the leg side and is just tucked away by Dahl in for no run.
Before I get messages, I know it was 270 not out that Chesney Hughes scored against Yorkshire here. I'm going to see if I can find out the score. Might take me a while. You just talk amongst yourselves.
I'll let you get on your cricket archive statistics, as Code is in again over the wicket, and that's just glanced off the bat down towards a vacant square leg position, and they will pick up 1 run. There's a lot of pressure that had been built up that over, but just released slightly with that single for Dahl, who moves on to 6.
2013 it was. Chesney Hughes making 270 not out, carrying his bat in a knock of in an innings of 475. Wayne Madson made 93 in that match. He's been playing that long. Yorkshire went on to win by an innings and 39. If that doesn't sum up Derbyshire, I don't know what does.
As Code starts his run again and is in, and that's defended straight back to the bowler by Donald.
In fairness, Joe Root made 236 opening for Yorkshire in their solitary innings. Johnny Bairstow made 186 as they went 6-7-7 for 7 declared, and then skittled Derbyshire for 163 second time round. Wayne Madson with another half century along with Wes Durston, but I think Chesney Hughes with 15 also got to double figures.
As Code turns and is in again, and that's flicked in towards a vacant mid-on position by Donald, and he will pick up 2 runs. It's 3 runs. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. The outfield has been, which is usually fast here, has been quite slow today. So that just sort of trickled towards the boundary and proved in the end quite a long chase for the fielder. Jordan Thompson, who's had to run all the way down there, but keeps it down to 3 runs. Derbyshire move on to 260 for 5.
We were on screen briefly there.
Were we?
Yeah, very briefly. There we are. Yeah. Morning, everybody. Or is it afternoon now?
Afternoon, early afternoon. Well, morning session, but afternoon in terms
confused.
of time, as Code is in, and that's punched down. Well, he tries to punch it down the ground, but doesn't really get hold of it. And Shamsud is able to field it comfortably, and there was no chance of a run at the end of that over. Derbyshire 260 for 5, Donald on 43, and Dahl on 6.
Yeah, these two need to stay up there certainly till lunch. Potentially beyond, as Derbyshire trail by 190 runs still. It was always going to be a tall order for Yorkshire. Not only did they have to take 17 wickets, the first 7 of those had to be taken pretty sharpish, so it was always going to be a bit tricky for them.
It looked possible when Derbyshire found themselves 83 for 3, but after the impressive partnership involving Madson, it was a little bit tough.
Well, 23 for 3 at one point, as Fisher begins a new over. He can't avoid going for the pull shot there. And Aaron Donald from the short delivery, and he picks up 4 runs and moves to 47. He was sort of in control of it. There was a fielder out on the square leg boundary who had no idea where the ball had gone.
Yes, they had set the trap for that short ball, so I'm surprised that if he had been a bit more alert, he might have been able to cut it off. I'm not sure if there would have been a chance of a catch there, but it was definitely what they were trying to tempt him into doing.
Absolutely. It was George Hill on the boundary who didn't see the ball as Fisher's in again and bowls. This one is a ball driven off 1 foot up towards Jordan Thompson at mid-on.
I know what you mean about that gap in the window. It's just letting cold air circulate around our ankles.
Yeah, and occasionally slightly higher up. It is nippy in the commentary box. We shouldn't complain. We're behind glass.
We shouldn't, especially
never
when I
stopped me
can
in the
see
past,
the smattering of spectators who I think it's fair to say have come with their winter and puffer coats and all.
Fisher bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Donald. Yeah, those coats should be in a cupboard somewhere by now, shouldn't they?
Well, I thought about putting mine away, didn't get round to it, and then didn't take it off for an entire day of commentary at Northampton, so...
That's a cold old place, Northampton, as well.
It was a cold ground.
Yeah,
and a cold day.
It can be nippy in Northampton, certainly.
So yes, and it's remarkable because I did a day at Essex when it was sort of 20 degrees and I didn't even think about taking a coat.
Here's Fisher again, bowls to Donald, who plays a drive very high up on the bat, up towards Thompson at mid-on. He has a shot at the stumps that misses and they scamper through for a single, but he didn't time that one at all well. And Aaron Donald. Dahl running to the striker's end, which was the non-danger end on that occasion. Donald moves on to 48 now, Dahl on 6, partnership 28, 265 for 5. The deficit 185 as things stand. Middlesex lead Gloucestershire by 205 at Bristol. They're 324 for 4. Are they going to set something up there? In comes Fisher again, and it's a full delivery that Dahl manages to get his back down on and play into the onside, where short mid-wicket Harry Brook is waiting. The game at Northampton, that's at Leicester, I beg your pardon, at Grace Road. Of course it is. Anybody who saw the pictures of Grace Road yesterday, absolutely, completely underwater. Leicestershire 142 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 453 for 7 declared. They trail by 311. Northamptonshire needs 7 more wickets to make them bat again, and then another 10 after that. Seems a tall order. Here comes Fisher and bowls to Dahl, who pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. It was the final delivery of the Fisher over. 21 over 7 maidens, 3 for 52, his impressive figures. Donald has 48, Dahl has 6, Derbyshire 265 for 5, trailing by 185.
In Division 1, Essex lead Durham by 35 with 5 wickets remaining. Durham were 358 all out, Essex are 393 for 5. I think it's fair to say that one looks like it's heading for a draw.
Yes.
But at the Oval, Hampshire are trying to avoid losing by an innings. They need 42 more runs with 2 wickets left. Surrey made 359 all out, Hampshire 151, and are now 166 for 8. As Code starts his over here into Donald, who pushes that one away. There was a more controlled edge wide of third slip, and he will pick up an easy couple of runs there for the total.
Half century for Aaron Donald. His first for Derbyshire. Not the first of his career. Obviously, he's got to 50 21 times, and the 22nd time he's got to 50. He's only got 3 first-class centuries, though.
It hasn't been the most comfortable 50, but he's sort of scratched around for these runs as Code is in over the wicket, and that one's flicked away off his pads by Donald, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. Warwickshire trail Nottinghamshire by 131 runs. Nottinghamshire were 400 all out. Warwickshire 269 for 6. Worcestershire were 451 for 9 declared. Somerset trail Worcestershire by 85 runs with 8 wickets left in their second innings, having been 309 for 9 declared. So it was a push to get that match going, but I think everywhere's been rain affected as Code is in, and that's again flicked to the fielder Matthew Revis there at mid-wicket for no run.
69 balls, 6 fours, and Aaron Donald for his half century. Doesn't hang around generally.
And there's just a brief pause in play here as I think Code has asked for a stud key from the umpire just to screw in one of them a bit more thoroughly. It's not what you want as a bowler, one of your studs coming out. That's
no.
How a lot of injuries happen if you sort of start sliding at the crease.
Not on an already slippery surface.
Well, he goes and carves out that front line, and we've already seen Shamasu walk over with a big handful of sawdust and try and pack it down, so it might be quite slippy for the bowlers. As Code gets ready to start the 4th ball of his over, as he turns and runs in to Donald, who flicks that one, well, the ball flicks off the pads and races down towards boundary. Fine leg was very, very wide, and he'll pick up 4 leg byes there, so Derbyshire move on to 271 for 5.
Adam Newsman back says he still has nightmares about the game that Chesney Hughes scored his double century. We certainly did lose. Yes, we had been talking about it this morning. 270 not out in a match that your team's lost by an innings is as impressive as it gets. It's the 2nd highest individual score in Derbyshire history.
It'd be so hard not, because you'd want to celebrate your 270, but not if your team is lost, as Code is in again, and that's defended straight back down to the bowler by Donald for no run.
Last time I came across Chesney, he was playing as he's from Anguilla. He was playing as an amateur in the Bolton League for West Horton, and he's a fairly impressive amateur, I'll give you that. He's a huge human being who can hit the ball a long, long way.
You do get some quite impressive amateurs who've stopped playing professional cricket but still played as Code is in, and that's just defended to Harry Brook at cover for no run at the end of the over. Derbyshire 271 for 5. Donald is still not added to his half century on 50, and Dahl is on 6.
I think there are some amateurs who might not be amateurs in the true sense of the word, i.e. that they don't get paid in some leagues. I'm not going to name anybody on a radio broadcast, but you know who you are. Some people who come from abroad to play as an overseas amateur.
Well, it's a lot of 18-year-olds do it, and that's a bit different because they're sort of coming over for experience, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's quite common.
It's what constitutes an amateur, though, isn't it? For me, first ball of the next over by Matthew Fisher. He's defended the first ball. He's defended by Anuj Darlin to the onside.
Well, I was coaching at a club when I was 18, and Mickey Edwards, who plays for Yorkshire, was the sort of overseas pro for that summer, and lived in a caravan on site and spent his time doing groundwork and coaching youngsters who came up to about his knee, I think.
That's proper pro work, though, isn't it? They all get a little flat now, don't they? Generally. Fisher is in and bowls to Dahl, pushes it out into the offside, go through for a quick single. Revis comes in to do the fielding, but they're comfortably home. Dahl moves to 7.
Or a put up by a senior member of the club.
Yeah.
But I think that's slightly different to what you were alluding to, that sort of teenagers coming over rather than adults earning a fairly decent living playing in leagues up and down the country, I'm sure.
Take the cap round for the amateur. I'm not sure he's.
I think everyone has plastic money now, don't
Well,
they?
that. You're not wrong, actually. Yeah, we do get that at our club. As Fisher is in and bowls to Donald, who whips this off his legs down towards backward square leg. Hill's down there to do the fielding, though, so he only picks up a single. 273 for 5. Donald moves on to 51.
Well, I do know of clubs where, I'm not going to name any names, of course,
don't name
where
names.
most of the first team are paid at least some money to represent the club. And I know it's common, there are entire leagues where pretty much everyone in the top division is paid some money.
Yes, we've come across a few of those in the northwest as Dahl gets his bat down on this next delivery from Fisher into the ground. Fisher fields in his follow-through.
It's slightly different to the amateurs who are paid sort of 50p for a run.
God, I'd never have earned anything. Well, they didn't have 50p's when I was playing cricket, as Doidgy knows. He's smiling wistfully at the back of the room. He's got his headphones in because he's waiting to do an update at the back of the room, and he's clearly enjoying the 50s music that Radio Leeds are playing at the moment. As Fisher is in and bowls to Dahl, that's down the leg side. A one-handed grab by Tattersall diving away to his left. He can't actually take the ball, but he does enough to stop it. Good bit of work from the gloveman, Johnny Tattersall.
Be interesting to see if Yorkshire see Bairstow at all this year.
Yeah.
On IPL duty and then obviously gearing up for the T20 World Cup.
It's unlikely, isn't it? You would have thought, unless he has a go at the back end of the season, but.
They usually sleep at that point in the season,
Well,
or finally get some time at home.
in comes Fisher. That's a short delivery. He tries to pull it round the corner on his Dahl. He actually plays it too early and pushes it into mid-wicket. And therefore there's no run. It's hit at the over. 273 for 5. Well, he can go to sleep with plenty of money in his bank account, can't he? So I'm not going to feel too sorry for.
Well, you've got a player who is experienced franchise cricket. Pat Brown did a few rounds in his earlier days.
Madson's played in the PSL, so if that counts, of course.
Definitely,
I don't
counts.
I don't think it's as lucrative as some of the others, but it certainly counts. He played.
I think you can earn a fair whack in it. Otherwise, the likes of Alex Hales wouldn't move over there. I think it's
played for Multan and Peshawar.
Multan Sultans, one of the best franchise names. As Code is in over the wicket, and that's sort of carved away into the offside by Donald, and it will be fielded on the boundary by a sort of sprawling. I think he's sort of fallen on that. As the substitute fielder, he's sort of sprawled onto it, but he's kept the runs down. Derbyshire 275 for 5.
You don't want to fall over down there, do you? It's still very muddy.
Well, if his whites were white, they're going to not be now.
They might have to go straight in the bin, I think.
Yeah, there's a nice brown almost side to one of his trousers as Code is in again, and that glances off the outside edge straight into the ground, and he will pick up 2 more runs as Bean, the second slip, has to run and chase after it. Third slip, apologies.
Deliberately played down there, wasn't it, off the edge of the bat, I think.
That one was.
Some of the flashes
some of the other ones haven't.
No, he had a couple of flashes early on, didn't he, that were genuine edges.
I think we might be seeing a change of bowling soon as Jordan Thompson just looks to be going through a warm-up routine. Code just turning at the top of his mark and is in, and that's sort of glanced off the inside edge straight onto his pads and trickles towards point where it's fielded by the third slip, Finley Bean, for no run. That didn't look as comfortable as the last one. That was. Both batters are just sort of walking down and prodding at the pitch. It's like they've seen something they don't like, but it did see a lot of water yesterday, so I'm not sure what they expect is going to change as Code turns and runs in, and that's glanced down towards mid-on, and he will pick up a single as Tattersall makes easy work of. Jordan Thompson makes easy work of that to make the field. And bring Dahl on strike, who hasn't faced too many balls so far.
No, just 27. 27 not out. He's He's a busy cricketer, I think it's fair to describe Anoj Dahl as.
As Code turns and runs in, and that's played off the back foot. That was cut away by Dahl, one of the more comfortable shots he's played, and the fielder does a full knee slide there. I'm not sure you see that too often in cricket as a method of stopping the ball, but a full sort of football celebration knee slide to field the ball and throw it back to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, don't do that.
He slid almost too far.
Yes. I think it's quite difficult to control it, isn't it, really, when you're out there?
Yeah, I think it's one of those where if you start sliding, you're never sure when you're going to stop. You could easily take the ball with you over the boundary rope, as Code is in again to Dahl, who carves that one down to a backward point, but straight to Hill that time, who doesn't have to do a slide or race away for it this time. And at the end of that over, Derbyshire 280 for 5.
70 overs left today. Derbyshire trailing by 170, still there won't be 70 overs. They're trailing by 170 at 280 for 5. You have to help me out, Doidge, when you get back on. They've already got a batting bonus point, haven't they? 250, is that right?
250 is correct, yeah, well done. Well done, you.
No, well, they moved it.
Bang up to date with rules and convention.
When did they move it?
Last season,
yeah.
I must admit, I think in the very first game of last year they got to 200 and I said batting point, and Richard Ray said,
Well, that's the first time I've seen Derbyshire get this far in the first innings this season. I'm just slightly confused. Have we seen a change in the bowling? Here we are. Jordan Thompson's coming on from the football stand end. Yeah.
He's coming on because he is indeed the man.
Oh, he's the man who makes things happen. Of course he is, Jordan Thompson. Of course he is. He's the man who makes things happen. Here he is. In and bowls to Dahl. We almost made something happen there with a full-length delivery, but Dahl managed to whip it away down very fine to fine leg for 4 runs. So all sorts of things happening straight away. 281 for 5 now.
Yep, and avoidance of follow-on looking.
285. Yes. I think, well, if they can't,
nailed on now.
If they can't avoid the follow-on from here, then they don't deserve anything. They should go straight to bed when they get home without any tea.
We'll be clipping that up later when they're
Can it be one?
298 all out.
The second time round. Yeah, well, it could happen. It could still happen. And they'll have to go home and go straight to bed. Here's Jordan Thompson again. Past umpire Hassan Adnan and left alone by Anoj Dahl to go through to the keeper.
That happened often to a young Fletch, did it? Go home, go to bed without any tea?
Well, I've got real childhood issues, and I'm glad you brought them up, Dodgy.
We can give you a counselling session, you know, the pair of us
I
today.
have precious little recall of anything that happened in my childhood.
Sounds sparkling.
I appear to have blocked a lot out. I can remember some things, but not many. I can remember queuing to get Eddie Gray's autograph in a church hall as Thompson bowls to Dahl. It's clipped into the leg side and fielded by Finlay Bean.
I got that at Elland Road.
Yeah, weird.
Strangely enough.
He came to Pocklington in the Catholic church hall and sat at a table, and we all queued up and got his autograph. It's one of the most bizarre things you can think of, really, isn't it? You're not at a match or anything. It was just one evening.
Fantastic.
Queued up for Eddie Gray's autograph. I wish I still had it. Thompson bowls to Dahl. That's played into the onside. There's no run.
How's your family, Dave? Probably his first question, really. How's your family, Fletch?
He was in his bearded days.
Yeah, they didn't last for that long.
So
did
I should
they?
be able to sort of put a time on it, really. The Eddie Gray bearded days. 285 for 5 here. One or two other bits and pieces I can remember. Thompson is in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this up to mid-on. They go through for a quick single, and they get there. Ooh, I tell you what, the throw hits the stumps. There's a chance of an overthrow here, but Anoj Dahl had run so far past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Was it Hill who threw it? I think it was. That he would have had to have run 22 yards just to get back to the stumps, and then another 22 on top, and he's quick, but not that quick, so he moves on to 15, 286 for 5. Good piece of fielding there, I like that. You don't see the stumps hit often enough for me. Except when it doesn't matter usually.
Yeah, well, yes.
Then the stumps do get
Shan
hit.
Masood shied 3 times last week, all 3 of which would have been direct hit run-outs and missed. And then in this match, he hit direct, didn't he? It made no difference.
Yeah, that seems to happen regularly. 286 for 5. It comes Thompson and bowls to Donald this time. It's turned into the leg side. Bean does the fielding at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the Thompson over. His 11th. He's gone for 52, and 2 of his 11 overs have been maidens. 286 for 5. Derbyshire, Donald 56, Dal 15. They trail by 164.
Marvellous.
Thank you.
So Jonathan Houghton says when Chesney Hughes got his 200, the Headingley scorecard had him as Chesney Hawkes.
It was the one and only Chesney Hughes.
So I could see what you were doing there. That's for you. That is
quite
quite good.
I would struggle to do it with another Chesney Hawkes song, though. You probably got another one.
Very similar. No, not at all. No.
No, he's still touring now.
That song reminds me of decorating my first house, painting the walls or whatever. You had the radio on to keep you a bit of company, don't you? And it was on all the time. That plus the Barcelona Olympics. I can seem to recall doing some work when that was on.
Okay.
Barcelona. I remember the World Championships or something like that. Sally Gunnell was running anyway, and Lernford Christie. As Matthew Revis is in and bowling to Anders Dahl, who turned that to mid-wicket there where Ben Cow does an astonishing piece of fielding.
Quite remarkable. Yeah, bless him. He was the voice of my childhood, David Coleman. That was David Coleman, wasn't it?
Was he a teacher at POC? So Dean Southall says, happy to see and hear the cricket after the washout yesterday. Speaking of David Jason, I live around the corner from the location where they filmed Open All Hours in Doncaster. You notice how I drew out the A there. As Revis is in, and that's flicked around the corner by Dahl and Code Fields, because of course that's how they speak in Doncaster, isn't it?
Is it? Right.
It looks like a draw, he says. Hope we've had enough time to get some bowling points. Well done, Wayne Madson, for his century. Dean in Doncaster. But like when they used to read the Rugby League Challenge Cup draw, Castleford. I mean, come on.
No.
Revis bowling to Dahl, who pushes that one to Shan Masood at mid-off, and there is no run. Score remains 286 for 5. The Bean drop seems to have been wearing his protective pads from short leg at third slip. I imagine this would have hindered his movements in getting down to the ball that he dropped.
Yeah, possibly.
Says
Good shout.
Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan.
Should have caught it though.
Proper name, that spelt right as well, but correctly, I should say. Here's Revis to Dahl, who's going to turn that one down to long leg for a single. It looks like BBC Radio York are phoning for their regular update. So 2 runs to Anuj Dahl, and we're halfway. We're not even halfway. We're past halfway through the 91st over. Oh, very exciting. There's a tune that I recognise on the radio here, but I don't know what it is.
You recognise it?
It's one of those. It's from the last 25 years, so I kind of recognise it, but
it's not from the future.
It's not in my CD or indeed my cassette collection. All 78s either. Here's 77 Matthew Revis bowling to Dahl, who's just, well, he's turned that one into the leg side to Jordan Thompson at mid-on, but really was feeling like he was playing that somewhere else.
You will let us know though what it is.
I can't hear a word he's saying now because of this cue, but I'm sure that was deep and meaningful.
No, it wasn't.
Revis then turns at the end of his run. Those footmarks well-worn path as he makes his way into bowl. And this is wide of off stump, and Dahl a sensible drop into the offside for Harry Brook to field. So it is the end of the 91st over. At some point in the very near future, folks, somebody will be asking me to do an update for BBC Radio York. So hold on to your hats. Well, it sounds like Joe Anita. Joanita, always a pleasure. 288 for 5, Derbyshire here in their first innings at the final day of this match. And Yorkshire don't have many runs to play with, about a dozen or so here to take 5 wickets if they're going to have a chance of asking Derbyshire to follow on, which would give us more chance than any other in this match to come up with a result of anything other than a draw. And Aaron Donald is 56 not out, he's been dropped on 35. Anuj Dal is out there with him, who's not out on 17. A partnership so far for this 6th wicket unbroken for 51. The 2 wickets to have fallen today. Brooke Guest was bowled by Matthew Fisher for 75, flattening his off stump, and Wayne Madson made it to 100 for the first time this season for a Derbyshire batter, 104 in fact, and then, well, played an ordinary looking shot really, which saw him caught by Harry Brook off the bowling of Joe Root. Derbyshire 162 runs behind, and as I say, the match looking like it's going to peter out into a draw. But we live in hope. Derbyshire 289 for 5.
Did we get the name of the song in the end?
No.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think there was one of those jock type announcements at the end, but I was so keyed up and nervous, as you could tell there, about doing my update and getting every single word right.
Spring. Jordan Thompson from the football stand end. Derbyshire 289 for 5, bowls to Dahl, pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Harry Brook, there's no run. So the 50 stand coming up off 76 balls between these two. It's up to 52 now. Result-wise, says Renan, in South Africa, only a draw is possible, steady. But I wouldn't mind seeing these two make it count and cash in, especially Dahl. He's on 17. Donald has 57, his first half century since joining Derbyshire in the winter from Hampshire. Thompson is in and bowls to him, to Dahl, who clips this off his pads out towards square leg. They go through for a walked single. Dahl moves on to 18. 290 for 5, the deficit now 160. It was still 213 the deficit when Wayne Madson was dismissed, so these two have done a pretty decent job facing the new ball and calming things down from a Derbyshire perspective. And as Doidge said in that update, and Aaron Donald was dropped at 3rd slip. Was he on 23, did you say? Yes. In comes Thompson, turned by Donald into the leg side. He'll pick up another single to move to 58, 291 for 5.
If I did, I said he was on 23 plus 12.
That's 35, isn't it? Is it? I didn't make a note of that bit. I actually put his 50 down on at the end of yesterday after the making a terrible mess of my book.
Nice book as well, hasn't it? It looks quite an expensive book. I've got to
free
Cricket Derbyshire.
A free book, I think you'll find. It says trapped, leg before wicket, Anuj Dal right in front. He went back to Jordan Thompson there and was hit. From here it looked like it was right in front, and Thompson gets the breakthrough with the lead totally deficit at 159. There's still hope for Yorkshire. They're going to have to rattle through the Derbyshire tail, but they've reached it now as Dahl is leg before wicket for 18 or 43 balls.
You miss a great opportunity to launch into, and the man that makes things happen makes it happen again there, but you've just missed an entire commentary book that I've written. Fletch, where have you been?
I was more concerned at the fact we were talking about a book when it happened. I thought I'd better just try and get as much of it, the information in as I possibly could, but you're right, Jordan Thompson makes it happen again. Unbelievable.
And there's the horse, somewhere down LS4.
How does he keep doing it though?
He's just got the knack of doing it, especially when you're on, on commentary.
Seems to. Who's the new batsman? It's Alex Thompson, of course it is. So it won't be Thompson with a P bowling to Thompson without a P, because it'll ball the over at 291 for 6. Tomo looking resplendent on the big screen. It must be quite daunting seeing yourself on a big screen like that. It's almost like seeing yourself on the telly right next to us. 12th man is Jack Morley, the left arm spinner on loan from Lancashire.
Don't tell me you didn't linger when you used to walk past the local television shop window. And
I still do it in Asda, you know, when they...
Yeah.
Give
Make sure the hair's right.
Yeah. Looking good, I say to myself.
Yeah.
Because nobody else is going to say it.
No, true. That's true. Very true.
All right.
It's really, really true.
All right. No need. Another bonus point for Yorkshire there.
Indeed.
And rattling them up.
So Revis bowling here to an Aaron Donald from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Donald forward and fully over the top of that exemplary forward defensive push. Mark Stringer has sent me a couple of WhatsApp messages basically deriding the use of the Kookaburra ball and the sort of things that we've been talking about in the first few weeks of the season.
Fair enough. Just dismiss those messages in
one fell swoop. Well, just nothing I've kind of not really read before or said before in some way, shape or form during the last couple of weeks. Revis is in, and that is flicked off the hip by an Aaron Donald, and they get a single out to George Hill. Paul Fisher, our sometime colleague across various
working with Fish
broadcasting
next
outlets.
Saturday, he's coming down to Derby to work alongside me in place of Adrian Harms.
He sent me a message saying 1-0 exclamation mark, and I didn't understand it, so I sent him a question mark back, and he's now come back with your David Coleman impression.
Ah, of course, yes, they're famous for it. I expect Fish to have a few impressions up his sleeve next Saturday. I don't, by the way. Well, we don't do accents in the Derbyshire box. No, it's too dangerous.
Too sophisticated.
Too dangerous. And I can't do accents, so...
Meanwhile, here at Headingley, we like to dice with broadcasting convention. As Revis is in, driven down the ground. It was a full bunger, this one. And Alex Thompson will be quite happy to receive that for his first delivery. And he's punched it past Revis for 4 runs down beneath our feet. We've only got 6 minutes to go before the lunch break, and I think there'll be a few relieved people in that respect. 296 for 6.
Well, 155 behind. It'd be nice if they'd avoided the follow-on by lunch, wouldn't it?
Yeah. For all concerned, really, we can sort of set out a plan then, can't we? For broadcasting this afternoon. We can get out the it's going to be inevitable draw book, can't we?
Yes.
Have you got that in your bag?
Oh, I think so.
All the stock phrases for...
Yeah. So continue to play for bonus points. 92.3 over, so another one not too far away for Derbyshire.
Revis in again, strays down the leg side, and a missed flick at that one by Thompson. Poor old Sonia, she turned up yesterday on the train from Hebden Bridge, rained for a couple of hours, and then she disappeared back off to Hebden Bridge. She's come again this morning, absolutely full of it, early doors. And at 5-1, she's contemplating a game that may just drift into...
It's almost a rite of passage.
Cricketing oblivion, perhaps.
It's a rite of passage. It won't linger long in the memory.
Revis is in, and Alex Thompson with the leave.
I think as much of the challenge that Sonia has faced is going between the 21st century and the 20th century, or even the 19th century in such quick time. Somebody who worked at Halifax and covered Hebden Bridge.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful little place.
It is, yeah. Do some pretty good gigs down there, don't I? I don't know what the venue is, but I've seen advertised Hebden Bridge before.
Trades Club?
Is it Revis to Thompson, who blocked it, and it's blocked it so hard it's gone past the bowler who missed it, and they've got through for a single before Jordan Thompson got round to field. So that is the end of over number 93, and you can imagine the possibility that Derbyshire might do a bit of gardening during this last over to try and string it out.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you?
See if they can make it into an almost 4-minute over for lunch.
Alexander in America's he's banging on. You're banging on about this, Alexander. His idea for a multi-tier cricket league system, it isn't going to happen. That's all I'll say. He wants to turn it into the Football League, but it won't happen. Relegate and promote more counties, more revenue for the ECB, yeah, because they need that, don't they?
What you mean, sort of divide it into West Yorkshire, North Yorkshire?
Why not?
Yeah,
Why
that
not?
sort of thing.
Yeah.
East Lancs.
Just have it down to proper counties, absolutely. Here is Jordan Thompson with what was likely to be the final over before lunch, bowling to Alex Thompson, who pushes this one out into the offside. There is no run.
I mean, with the excitement though of the first day of Flint versus Roxburghshire.
In the battle to stay in Division 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Grampians versus the Pennines. Got a mountain to climb in this one. Sorry. Get me out. Well, I've got it actually.
Sustaining the amount of cricket that we've got is the priority, Alexander, at the moment. There's a bit of a fight on for that. Here's Thompson then. Bowls to Thompson, who flicks it straight to mid-wicket and is out. And that will be lunch. What on earth? Alex Thompson, who got off the mark with a boundary 4, has just clipped that straight to mid-wicket. And Yorkshire have got Derbyshire at 297 for 7 at lunch, and they still trail by 153. That was a bizarre shot.
It was just one of those typical ones where he's not got over the top of it, and he's hit it straight into his hands. Well,
I was hoping you'd help me out with whose hands he'd hit it straight into. Was it
a little bit of Fiddly Bean? Sorry, it was Fiddly Bean.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Who normally, I know he's put one down today, normally absolutely safe as houses and something like that. He ain't going to miss, so yeah, 7 down, 297 for 7. They ain't avoided the follow-on just yet. Might be a nervy sort of lunch for whoever comes in next for Derbyshire. He got 5 off 6 deliveries in 7 minutes and hit 1-4. And with that, should we take some lunch?
Why not? If it's here, why not?
Well, there we go. Probably a more interesting morning with that wicket than it was maybe shaping up to be. 4 have gone this morning. Brooke Guest for 75, Wayne Madson for 104. We saw an Aaron Donald dropped on 35 and is still out there. That Anuj Dal LBW for 18. And the latest to go, Alex Thompson, 297 for 7. We'll be back after the lunch break.
Just a reminder of that club chaplain, Bishop Chris Edmondson, is with us today. You can find him on the multi-play group in the East End during Chris Luncheon's work and also during the TV to the Wicket. If you're able to access the long email registered in the new Women's Cricket Exhibition, which is just been opened, this has been made possible thanks to an exciting partnership with the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation and the University of Wickets. So if you can get into the lower room and go and go.
Welcome back from Headingley for session 2 on day 4 of Yorkshire versus Derbyshire in this County Championship Division 2 match. And we have the sight of Zach Chappell making his way out to the middle with an iron Donald. Chappell, the new batter, you will recall, if you were with us at 12:58, Alex Thompson flicked one to Finley Bean at mid-wicket off the bowling of Jordan Thompson and was caught for 5, so that a 7th Derbyshire wicket having fallen, 297 for 7. And Jordan Thompson is going to continue his over from the Howard stand end. Jonathan Doidge with you, and alongside for this first half hour, Sonia Twig.
Yes, good afternoon. As Thompson runs in from the football stand end, and that's just pushed out by Chappell down to backward point. And decent way to start your innings. As a few people around the ground settle in for the start of this afternoon session. Here in Leeds, it's blustery and I think far from warm today. We've seen a few sort of hand warmers and snoods out, and most of them are wearing the long sleeve jumpers as well, as Thompson starts his run into the right-hander who flicks that off his pads, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Finley Bean, who has spent quite a lot of today in the slips, but they've decided to go with just the 2 slips at the start of this afternoon session. It is a relatively new ball. It was taken and brought the rewards of a wicket as well just before the lunch break. As Thompson turns and runs in over the wicket, and that's glanced off the open face of his bat by Chappell, but fielded by backward point, and he is still yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire have a lot of right-handers in their team, don't they, Jonathan? There's not a lot of the left-hand, right-hand combination.
That's a very good point that I'd not really considered, to be honest with you, but they've had a few righties in today. How many lefties have they got, Derbyshire? David Lloyd, right-hander. Lewis Rees.
Thompson is in over the wicket, and that's played straight back down by the fielder and clatters into the stumps at the non-strikers, taking the leg stump straight out the ground there as the umpire has to walk over and push it back in. At the end of that over, Derbyshire 297 for 7.
For a moment there, Fletch was just looking in panic mode when he was asked a question about the Derbyshire side that he thinks he's pretty certain that just Lewis Rees is a lefty. Yeah, and thinking about how, yeah. There we go.
Sorry to throw that one in there and stump both of you at the start of this.
No, that's fine. Absolutely fine. So, Revis is going to resume from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Aaron Donald, who is right-handed, is on strike. 2 slips and a gully. And Revis come bounding in then, right arm over, it's full and flicked into the leg side by Donald. Racing in from the square leg boundary comes George Hill and keeps them to 1. I was going to say, when Finley Bean was fielding very close again in the previous over, probably not that sure what the Headingley outfield feels like, because he's very rarely ever seen in anything but a close fielding position, whether it's behind the bat or just in front of. Good grabber. Revis in and bowling straight here, and that's flicked into the leg side by Chappell for 2. They're going to come back for a 3rd here, are they? No, they're not. They trail by 150. 300 for 7, a 2nd Derbyshire batting point. I think somebody applauded. But they've got 2nd batting point at 300. You're not bothered about batting points, Fletch, okay. That's Fletch at the back of the box, by the way, saying they need 1 more run to avoid a follow-on. Revis is in. Ooh, and Zach Chappell. I think he might have just sneaked somehow off inside edge onto pad there and rolled back in that area towards his stumps, but not quite at them.
Yeah, that's gone straight off his leg into his back pad and careered, fortunately for the batter, not onto the stumps.
Revis coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Ooh, he's had a big flashy drive at that one as Zach Chappell leaning into it, just losing his balance slightly after the ball had gone, and got away without getting a nick on it. One more run for Derbyshire to get to the position of avoiding the follow-on. Well, there's one of those matches where there's not been a huge amount to celebrate. Some good.
There's been some good batting, hasn't there?
Yep. 3 centuries in the match now. Revis is in. That's pushed into the offside, and Harry Brookfield's one of those Centurions. There's no run, but in the sense of, you know, making a cricket match of it, weather again getting in the way, and very frustrating.
It's just been the tale of the season so far, like up and down the country, hasn't it? It's not. Pretty much every side has had at least one. Well, in the first round of fixtures, there was only one result. I can't remember a time that sort of happened countrywide before.
Yeah, frustrating times. As Revis's final ball of the over is left by Zach Chappell, and there is no run. 95 overs complete then. 300 for 7, 64 overs officially remaining in the match.
It's just so frustrating when you sort of show up and late April you expect the temperatures to be a bit warmer again, and I'm sure that's had an impact on the number of people who've gone to watch. If you look outside and it's sort of 16, 17 degrees, you fancy it. When it's sort of 6, like we've seen over the last few days, it's a slightly less enticing prospect, I think, to spend the day wondering how many clothes you can put on.
Yep, how many layers will I need today? That's maybe the sweep that the crowd have been having today. Who has got the greater layer? Who's the hardest? Who's got the least layers on?
Well, I did see a couple arrive this morning. One had snacks, one had layers. I thought that was very well organised of them as Thompson starts his run from the football end, and that's just glanced into the leg side for no run by Donald. Yes, it was very thorough steward to go through your bag, and sort of people saying, "Oh, here are my layers," pulling out sort of multiple puffer jackets and things that go underneath big coats, which of course everyone's wearing. I think it is into the double figures, but it might not feel like that with all the wind, which I'm sure you can hear over the microphone. There's Thompson, and will be running over the wicket, and that's full and driven up towards mid-off, and he will pick up a single, and there's clapping from behind me as Fletch claps that Derbyshire have avoided the follow-on. Which I'm not sure was in any doubt, although it was in doubt at one point in the innings when Derbyshire found themselves 23 for 3. But since then, I think since the impressive partnership between Wayne Madson and Gust, that sort of put it out of a possibility, really, and sort of been a foregone conclusion today as Thompson runs in again. That's driven by Chappell up to mid-on this time, who makes a rather elaborate sort of falling behind stop, but there's no chance of a run.
So what now? Well, I suppose if this could still wrap up 3 quick wickets and have a little blast with the bat, they might try and set Derbyshire something enticing to have a pop at, with the hope of taking some more wickets.
They might do. I guess we'll just have to see as Thompson is in again, and that's glanced again into the leg side and sort of parried by Bean up to mid-on for no run. I guess we'll just have to see how the game sort of unfolds, but it's sort of a shame that the one chance of a result has gone from us in a way, largely due to the amount of water that was on the ground yesterday, ruling out any chance of play.
It's getting strong, is that wind?
It's getting really strong. It must be quite tough for the bowlers to try and navigate that, as Thompson is in again, and that's played straight back up to the bowler and parried by Thompson and gathered by Shammasood at mid-off for no run.
We'll just take the wind down a notch or two on my little dial here. Just take the strength out. And wouldn't it be lovely if you could do that? Just turn a dial and reduce the wind strength, increase the sunshine.
Or like one of those sort of, when you play those games and you're in full, sort of video games and you're in full control and you're like, make it sunny today, make it this.
Yeah. I feel like King Canute, he's much more my era here, trying to control the waves before you say it.
Truman Show?
Yep, him as well. Marvellous, wonderful, magnificent, memorable, best show ever made. The Truman Show, marvellous, wonderful.
There's just some discussion going on about the ball, sorry.
Yeah, we've got a break in play while they ask, officials, but we've not quite taken as many wickets as we would have liked to this morning, so if you could change the ball now, we might still have a bit of fun later on this afternoon.
Well, wasn't there that one year where they thought the Dukes wasn't very good, so they wanted the ball changed so that they got one from the previous year that was did a little bit more?
Yeah.
County players go, it's gone. Can we have last year's batch now, please?
Yeah. I think that was a negative captain from Martin Saggers.
Thompson's been told to get on with it, and he does, starting his run from the football road, and that's just flicked off his pads well this time by Chappell, who will pick up a run for that down towards the square leg boundary. And at the end of that over, Derbyshire 302 for 7, Donald on 61, Chappell on 3.
Yeah, I wonder if the umpires, when they've been out there for in one of these games where it's lasted for days and they're still on first innings, if they get down the other end and for the second innings and think, oh, you know what, change is as good as a rest. I've got a different view for rest at match. Matthew Revis from the Kirkstall Lane end then, at which Martin Saggers is still standing for a third day of 4, given that he did know standing out there on the pitch yesterday. He's just having a little dig at what's probably penultimate landing stride for Matthew Revis. So Zach Chappell on 3 is on strike here, and he's been bounced by Revis' first delivery, but that is a no ball, so there will be 2 more added to the total. Revis just overstepping in his energetic effort to get the ball propelled down the other end to cause maximum discomfort for the batter. Didn't do so on that occasion, so 10 no balls to go with 5 leg byes and 4 byes in this Derbyshire innings. So Jordan Thompson gives the ball a bit of polish, and it's back with Revis, who comes in once again, right arm over, ball back of length, and Zach Chappell, the bat just twisting round in his hand as he turned that into the leg side for Jordan Thompson to come round and field. Jordan Thompson, well, he did indeed live up to the tag once again of the man making things happen with a couple of wickets before the lunch break. Nothing so far since for the Tykes.
No, but those bowling marks are getting more and more worn, aren't they?
Yeah, a bit more pronounced. Nice drive from Zach Chappell, who got over the top of that but couldn't get it past Shan Masood at mid-off. Haven't seen an awful lot of Zach batting, I must confess, during my career behind the microphone. Never a dull moment would be the feeling of his approach to this discipline within the game. Revis in, and there you go. Oof, he smashed one straight at cover. Was that a chance? Did he hit it into the deck? He travelled so quickly, I've got to say. I'm not. My reactions were not quick enough to tell you. Harry Brook it was who got his hands to it. It was aerial, it was a catch straight at him, yeah.
And he could only get one hand to it, it was hit that hard, but he looks, he'll be disappointed with himself and probably wearing the sting of that one for a while.
Matthew Revis misses out on a potential first victim of the match for him, and his next delivery is flicked away through mid-wicket. George Hill round to field, but can't prevent a second run. So Chapel dropped on 3.
Yes, it was. If the follow-on was still in play, you'd start wondering how costly things like that could be. But with it sort of gone, it does feel like this game is, barring some very exciting passages of cricket, I think it's safe to say it's sort of meandering towards a draw.
Looking that way as Revis is in again, and Chapel gets the ball short of length again. Works it through mid-wicket. He's coming back for a second here. George Hill gives him a little bit more reason to hurry up in the second run, but still can't prevent the second. So they've had the chances this morning, Yorkshire, as well as taking those 4 wickets that they have got. And Aaron Donald, put down by Finlay Bean off Matthew Fisher, went on 35, and he's now on 61 and still there. And then that latest drop by Harry Brook of Zach Chappell. So could have been different, might have possibly tipped the scales in their favour for the follow-on. That doesn't mean to say that win the match, of course. Still lots of hard work to do, but it would have helped. Revis in, and ducking, swaying out of the way was Zach Chappell at the far end, the Howard Stand end of the ground. So 308 for 7. Donald 61 from 87 deliveries, including 6 fours. Chappell 7 off 20. Yet to strike a boundary. And Matthew Fisher 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 60. The over rate unusually +2, so no problems in that respect. We're not going to get a bit of Benny Hill going on out there in the later stages, you wouldn't have thought.
Well, I think it does make a difference that you don't have that right-hand, left-hand combination that can sometimes slow things down quite a lot. I know a couple of weeks ago I was at Northants against Glamorgan, and Glamorgan sort of were -3 on over rate and then had to just keep the spinners going and going and going, even though there was no chance of a breakthrough, just to try and make up that deficit, as Thompson is in over the wicket to Donald, who drives that one slightly skewed off his bat, not exactly where he intended to play it, into the offside, and there was a brief chance at a run out from George Hill, who runs at it and throws it into the non-strikers, and he has his head in his hands, so potentially that was quite close, but none of the other fielders seemed that interested by it.
Now, sometimes that with these over rate points deductions, Yorkshire have suffered just a little amount on that front in the last year or two. It does bring other things into play. The other week they were running around willy-nilly to try and get the over rate back because they had more chance of not losing 2 points, if you like, than gaining 1 on a batting front.
As Thompson is in, and that's flicked into the leg side by Donald and gathered by the fielder, sweeping on the square leg boundary, and that will be just the 1 run.
So you had the sight of Joe Root getting through an over in more or less a minute for a few overs and running between ends, the fielders. And then I do start to ask myself at times like that why they can't all get round more quickly anyway between overs and get through the overs more quickly anyway.
Well, I think it's a particular problem in Test cricket, isn't it, where you see so many, you rarely get those overs in a day. You almost don't expect to now, as Thompson is in, and that's played back up past the bowler but gathered by Shah Massoud for no run.
It's slower, but I wouldn't say there's a massive difference. Most days, when we turn up on a morning, the hours of play are set from 11 o'clock through until close at 6, but I can only speak for myself. Fletch might back me up on this, and you might yourself from your previous days doing commentaries, but usually no earlier than 6:30, 6:45 on lots and lots of days during the season. And if you're a bit unlucky in that respect, I mean, last year we went on till 7:15, I think, on a couple of occasions here.
Yes, I think my first ever day of commentary finished at 7:28 as Thompson runs in over the wicket, and that's just defended straight into the ground by Chappell.
And that was with no breaks for anything unnatural like rain?
We had a small rain delay at the start, and play was delayed by about half an hour, so nothing sort of too alarming. It was a baking hot day down at Canterbury, but it was July, of course, so the light's good enough that there's no reason to not play at 7:30 when the sun's still you know, almost as good as it was in the morning, as Thompson runs in, and that's swiped away by Chappell over the mid-off's head, and he will pick up 6 runs for it. That's his first 6, and he's clubbed that away quite well there to move the score on to 317 for 7.
Stand and deliver. Yeah, he got his front leg out of the way and just swung through the line, picked it up very nicely.
As Fletch mutters behind us that's Chappell making things happen as the ball makes its way back to Jordan Thompson. The umpire's just going to have a look at it. I wonder if they'll get that ball change they wanted after all. But nope, it's been looked at and tossed back to Thompson, who doesn't look too impressed about that. But he will have to continue with this ball as he gets ready to start his run from the football stand end. He's in and bowls, and that's played along the ground up to mid-on for no run. At the end of that over, Derbyshire 317 for 7, Donald on 64, Chappell on 13, and the wind is getting up again.
Yep, blustery here at Headers. Been overcast pretty much throughout the day. It's not the lowest of cloud though. We can actually see the cranes and the tall buildings, the Bridgewater Place away to our left down in the city centre, just give or take a mile and a half, 2 miles away. Matthew Fisher makes his way off down to long leg, and Matthew Revis prepares to come in now and bowl to an Aaron Donald, who's stepping back at a short ball, punching that one away through the covers. Ben Code is careful in terms of his foot placement, scampering around the boundary edge to make sure he doesn't slide, pull a muscle, something like that. Something that could be in a match that's petering out towards a draw, potentially difficult for future weeks.
Yes, and that's the area of the field where we saw George Hill do a sort of knee slide field earlier, so it's clearly quite wet down there.
They got 1 for that, two for that, by the way, and Donald steps back and pulls this delivery from Revis that again is banged in short. 66 off Matthew Revis now into his 17th over, and Aaron Donald continues to score at a pretty good lick. 91 deliveries now. That was his 7th 4, and he's on to 70 not out.
Yes, I wonder if they've just been given, now that the follow-on's been avoided, a licence to sort of go after this a little bit more and play their shots. I guess there's not as much riding on it.
Here's Revis. Donald flicking this one along the carpet to Jordan Thompson at mid-on. No run. Can get in touch at Sporting Lives 1, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. Revis turns at the end of his run-up, makes his way away from us then from this Kirkstall lane end. 1 slip and a gully in place, waiting for an opportunity, but not with this delivery, because that has been cut out to Ben Code, backward of point. 1 run to Donald. You got an X account you want to tell us about?
Yes, it's at Twig Sonia, Twig with 2 G's, Sonia with an I. It's quite easy to remember. Fortunately, there aren't too many Sonia Twigs around, so I managed to snap that one up pretty quickly.
Revis pushes off then. Comes in short ball. Zach Chappell ducking well underneath this one. No run. 27 this partnership at Worth. It began with the first ball after the lunch break, following the fall of Alex Thompson, the last ball of the morning session. Lunch taken after 93.2. Adam Lyth just being moved round to leg gully really. And Jordan Thompson going a little bit wider towards the wicket ends at a halfway house really between mid-on and mid-wicket. And now Lyth being moved again back in front of square on the leg side. Joe Root has moved from slip to leg slip, not quite as wide as Lyth was standing. And Finlay Bean at gully as Revis comes round the wicket and again bangs one in short, and Chappell gets one under the armpit and flicks it on its way down to Matthew Fisher, who's at fine leg 1 run to complete over number 99, with Derbyshire on 325 for 7. That is a deficit of 125 runs.
Yes, it's sort of meandering along here at Headingley, but the sun is out, even though I can't quite see where the sun's coming from. It's a very overcast and blustery day here, and it will be, I think, Thompson to continue from the football stand end. He made things happen before lunch, but hasn't had the same joy after lunch.
Afternoon to you, Martin Bloomfield, who's enjoying the commentary and says Yorkshire could have done with Charles Reynolds on the microphone with his propensity for taking wickets this morning. Yeah, every time Charlie came on a commentary stint at Lords last week, at least 1 wicket seemed to fall, most of them Yorkshire's.
I'm sure Charlie greatly enjoyed that, as Thompson is in over the wicket, and that's played straight back down the ground by Chappell, but Shah Massoud is able to get there and cut the ball off from, and there is no run. Yeah, sorry I haven't brought quite the same luck as Charlie for making things happen.
Oh, come on, Sonny, we need some wickets. What's the
Come
crack?
from London, that should count.
Maybe it's the via Hebden Bridge that's just...
Yeah, maybe. Time spent in West Yorkshire has jinxed it slightly, as Thompson turns and runs in over the wicket to the right-handed Chappell, who swishes at that one that's slightly down the leg side but doesn't get anything of it, and Tattersall makes a diving stop.
Where are you for future matches? Have you got any other games coming up?
I've got a few at Essex and Kent over the next few weeks, and then I haven't planned my life out past the end of May, unfortunately.
No, I don't do that either. When you get to my age, it doesn't do to be planning more than 3 or 4 weeks in front.
So yeah, got those coming up, and then still waiting to see what the plan is for the rest of the summer. As Thompson turns and runs in again, and that's swatted away by Chappell, and that will be 4 runs to the total. He's swatted that way to sort of a cow corner-ish area on the leg side, and he's taken a bit of a liking to Jordan Thompson just in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he certainly got the club out to that one, didn't he, Zach Chappell?
And Adam Lyther's just gone to exactly where that ball has gone on the boundary. He was in the sort of ring, and he's just gone out that way. As Thompson runs in again, and that's played along the ground but out that way, and will be stopped by Adam Lyth. They'll just pick up the 1 run for that. Derbyshire have moved on to 330 for 7.
Yeah, 33 between them in pretty quick time.
Yeah, they've really accelerated after lunch, haven't they?
Run rate is up to the dizzy heights of 3.31.
Semi-dizzy. As Thompson is in again, and that one is clubbed away and will be caught on the boundary, and it's a no ball. So that would have been out. He was banged in short and clubbed away by Donald down to the...
It was a full toss, yeah, so that's why he gave the no ball. It was up round the shoulder sort of area, wasn't it? What it felt like, we'll see a
Yeah.
It was high up the arm. Played it nicely, actually, to be fair.
Did play it nicely. Straight to the fielder on the boundary, who's waiting for that, but not quite to that delivery. As Thompson runs in again, and that one is banged into the pitch and driven by Donald up to Shah Massoud for no run.
Yeah, and Aaron Donald eyeing up a ton. Brooke Guest went on 75 earlier. 95 deliveries. He's had a good look at it out there, 140 minutes.
It doesn't feel like he's been out there for that long, though. He's sort of taken the attack to Yorkshire in a way that some of the other batters haven't. And Thompson will run in over the wicket, and that one is driven into the offside by Donald. He hasn't quite got hold of it, and Hill will run in from the boundary to field the ball, and at the end of that over, Derbyshire 337 for 7, Donald on 76 and Chappell on 19.
Sorry about that, just that's why I don't plan beyond the next month.
Enjoyed your coughing fit?
Yeah, loved it, yeah. I might not make it to the end of this session if that's anything to go by.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Essex, a bug flew into my eye while I was on air, and to the amusement of my co-commentator at Essex.
Well, I mean, Essex in the commentary box and being bugged, you know, that is...
Yeah, it was a dusty commentary box. There were a few dead wasps in the corner that we weren't quite sure how long they'd been there, if they were there all winter or not.
Here's Revis, and that is driven through the offside by an Aaron Donald. Got over the top of it nicely. Ben Code. Oh, Dan Moriarty, in fact, with a tumbling dive. Might have been... I know he's got to show commitment and all that, but well, he risked a bit of injury, but seems to be okay. So 4 more to Donald. He's on to 80. I'll step off at the end of this over and let Fletch come back in. No, he's itching to get on for the next 20 and Aaron Donald runs. Nicely driven. It won't take long if he keeps playing these expansive shots, but on this occasion Harry Brook was down and fielded it well.
Harry Brook, who is currently sitting cross-legged on the turf while he takes a look and shines that ball.
Yeah, looking relaxed is Harry. He told me on that interview the other night he's been loving being back and playing with his mates again. All the usual dressing room chat and jokes and jibes. Ball short of length again from Revis here, and once more Donald hitting it to Brook, this time from the crease rather than coming forward and driving. Dave Griffin just down to our left with a long lens out on the front row of the northeast stand.
Do you reckon Brook's pushing for a ball?
He might fancy a little, a few of his dibbly dobblies, although he did come on and bowl a bit of off spin at Bristol a couple of weeks ago. That one, a ball short of length by Revis, flicked around the corner.
Yes, I did I did write an article about him saying he was going to work on his off spin and wanted to bring it out during the 100. That's what he was targeting. Apparently, as seamers, despite having taken the wicket of Kane Williamson for England, he thought his future might be an off spin.
Well, he's bowled 1 over for 5 in 2024, so I mean, make of that what you will with regard to the 100. Revis coming in and bowling a short ball there to Zach Chappell, who watched it well and got right over the top and smothered it. Matthew Revis switching there to round the wicket. And just one to come in the 101st over. Derbyshire trailing now by 108 runs. Still not total rule out of result, given that there are 58 overs remaining. But they would have to wrap up these 3 wickets quickly, score some runs quickly, and then bowl really well again, Yorkshire, and that's probably the only result other than a draw that might happen. You never know if they set Derbyshire an interesting target. Could be still a couple of results possible, as Zach Chappell just worked one away backward of square leg, timed it nicely, and it raced away for 4. He's on to 23, partnership already worth 49, 346 for 7. And if Sonia, you'll just swap seats. Fletch will move in, and I will move out. Jordan Thompson, by the looks of things, is going to continue at the Howard stand end.
Thanks, Dodgy. Yeah, there's some confusion over the no ball, that the overhead height no ball that was bowled to an Aaron Donald. It's gone down as a 4 no balls. It should be 2, and that will, of course, because he didn't get the runs for it anyway, did he? So, except if the fielder stepped on the rope, I wasn't in position to see it. I'll let Henry chat with Jonathan Doidge behind me, and Aaron Donald picks up more runs here at the beginning of the new Jordan Thompson over. He's going to get 2 of them and move on to potentially 83, but who knows? It could be more, it could be less, it could be anything. I was sitting at the back of the box and saw the shot and saw the catch, but I didn't see the fielder's feet.
I thought he was well inside.
Well, yeah, that was the impression I got, I've got to say, Sonia, but it's the way it's been scored is causing a little bit of confusion. It wasn't until Henry came in. As Thompson is in and bowls, that one is defended by Donald into the onside, and there's no run.
He was patrolling that boundary, but I thought he was at least a yard inside the rope.
Well, it's been given as 2 no balls and a 4. Well, if it wasn't a 4 because when the ball didn't touch the ground from leaving Thompson's hand until it was caught near the boundary. So it would be a 6, not a 4, surely. Anyway, matters little at this stage. As Thompson is in, and that's whipped into the leg side by an Aaron Donald. He hasn't quite got it in between the fielders there, as around the boundary comes Matthew Revis to do the fielding, and Donald moves on to well, he moves on to 84, which could be 80, could be anything.
Could be 80, could be...
But it actually could also be 86.
Oh, it could be.
If the fielder touched the boundary.
If he
row.
misses out on a century because of this scoring kerfuffle, he's going to be quite cross when he gets back to the dressing room and is told about it.
Well, not as cross as I will be if he gets to a century and I call it wrong. I think the wind has just upset Jordan Thompson there. I don't think it's done much for Zach Chappell either. It is howling out there.
Yes, it is. It's we can't see the flags from where we're sat, but we can definitely hear it and see the trees moving in the distance.
Thompson will have another go now from the football stand then, in and bowls to Zach Chappell, who drives straight to Shan Masood at mid-off. There is a replay of the 4 plus 2 no balls, but I think on the NV play site they only use the head on camera, which they do, so that's going to show me absolutely nothing. We'll have to go back on the club stream, which I'll attempt to do. This is almost certainly going to end in disaster if I try and do this, but here comes Thompson again, bowling to Zach Chappell, who tries to whip this one away down the leg side. It's not taken cleanly by Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps, but he does enough to stop it once again. Joe Root warming up at sort of deep backward point, really.
Yes, well, he's wearing all the cold weather gear. I think only him and Sean Masood have gone for the hand warmers, but there's a few sort of snoods and many long sleeve jumpers around there, and I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a few long sleeve jumpers on top of short sleeve jumpers as well.
You have to remind yourself he is from the north of England, as Thompson is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Zach Chappell up to mid-on. It's the end of the over, 349 for 7. A run away from a third batting bonus point.
Yes, well, Joe Root is obviously from Sheffield in Yorkshire, and having lived in Sheffield for 6 years, I can promise you it is not any warmer there, as the Seven Hills create quite a lot of wind tunnels, and it can be Baltic at times. As I wonder if there will be a change of bowling. Doesn't look like there's going to be from this end, which is the Kirkstall Lane end. It looks as if Revis is going to continue his round the wicket plight. Here is
Matthew Fisher coming on.
Matthew Fisher is going to come on. There will be a change of bowling. As Joe Root, having been at slip or behind the bat for most of the day, is going out to the sort of fine leg boundary, which I think we're going to see some short stuff, or at least it'll be a double bluff if there isn't, because there's Joe Root sort of 3/4 of the way to the fine leg boundary. There is a fine leg, and there's a fielder just in front of square also on that boundary, as Fisher is just having a couple of warm-up balls before starting his over from the Kirkstall Lane end. As Fisher runs in round the wicket, and that one is banged in short, and it's bounced before it got to Joe Root, but that's clearly the tactic that Yorkshire are going to employ, and he will pick up 1 run from that shot. As clearly it's not the tactic to Chappell, as Root moves into a sort of almost leg slip, I think. Will be at leg slip, so I think Fisher is going to stay around the wicket, and he will stay around the wicket, but not the 3 on the boundary, as Fisher is in, bangs that one in short, and it's just dropped short and hit into the ground of Harry Brook, who's at a wide mid-wicket position there on the edge of the sort of more cut strips.
I'm still working on that 4 no balls, bear with me.
And there will be a change of field for Donald as Joe Root goes out to his position just sort of 10 yards in off the boundary at sort of backward square, between backward square and fine leg. As Fisher turns and runs in round the wicket, and that one's short and clubbed away but straight, but kept down as he rolled his wrist on it, did Donald, and kept down to just the 1 run. And that will bring the change of field. Joe Root coming up to leg slip, and we've talked about them sort of getting through their overs quite quickly, but this determined change of field is slowing down proceedings slightly. Brook is just crouched, a sort of unorthodox 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and sort of between mid-wicket and mid-on, as Fisher is in round the wicket. That one is short, but that one is in the offside, and Chappell has just driven that to a very vacant mid-off position for 4. So the bowler was not quite bowling to his field there.
My spies in the northwest, who are watching intently at home, well, not at home, they're at work, well, he's at work, says he didn't step over the boundary for that no ball, so he can't get the 4 runs for it. I didn't see a signal either from the umpire to say 4 or 6, so thanks, Chaz. My son is watching at home. Well, he's watching at work.
So how has that been given a 4?
That is a good question, Sonia.
As Fisher is in, and that one is short, but it's just bounced before reaching Harry Brook in that slightly unorthodox position. And clearly this is the ploy that Yorkshire have decided. It's going to be short ball, and it's going to be, you're going to put the fielders out there and hope that one of the batters falls into the trap. Seems a slightly odd thing to do, given that they were having quite a lot of joy before lunch, but this is the tactic that they've gone for. As Fisher prepares to run in again at the top of his mark, and he's in, and that's short, and that's hit Donald's glove, I believe, or something, and gone straight down onto the ground, and there's no chance of a run at the end of that over. Derbyshire 357 for 7, Donald on 88 and Chappell on 29.
I think what has happened, and Henry seems to have got to the bottom of it all, was that it was the warning for one above the shoulder. So he's put his hand out and then tapped his shoulder, and then so they've given him 4 because it looks like they've signalled 4. That is brilliant from Henry, who surpassed himself throughout the course of the weekend. In all honesty, he's been reasonable company, and he hasn't made too many mistakes, so you can ask no more than that from a media team, really, I always think. I hope you're listening, Stephen. Well, I know you are. Joe Root's coming on to bowl here. I'm getting, good grief, even better. Thank you, Dom. Dom's not listening, but he is messaging me. Dominic Dietrich, my boss. He might be listening, who knows, but just sorting our podcast out, which I know you all look forward to, the At the Crease podcast. Get it while you can. We're going to do it, not this week, we had planned to do it this week, but we decided next week, because there is a 10-day break, so that's good, and we'll do it next week at some point. It'll be out and available on the BBC Sport, whatever it's available on. I'm only talking about it because nothing's happening out there at the moment. Zach Chappell will be on strike. This partnership's worth 60 or 56, as in comes Joe Root, and Chappell plays it into the ground and out into the onside, where it's fielded of a fashion by Matthew Revis. 357 for 7. 7 overs to get another 43 runs, which will be well, it won't happen, I don't think, but who thought they'd get to 357 and another bonus point? This is an attempt to heave it into the leg side. He's got a thick inside edge, and it's gone down a fine leg for 4 runs. Joe Root's got his hands on his head. Chappell moves to 33, and it's 361 for 7.
Yes, the scoreboard is just slightly behind the ball that's just happened, isn't it?
Well, it'd be brilliant if it was in front. I just want it to be at the right pace, and it just confused me momentarily. It doesn't take an awful lot, let's face it, as this next delivery is pushed up to the deep, long on, and Zach Chappell takes the single that's on offer to move to 34, 362 for 7.
It's an interesting decision to go with Joe Root. It hasn't really been a turning pitch.
No, we saw a turning pitch down at Glamorgan. Donald steps back and cuts that out towards the point boundary. There is a fielder out there. They're going to come back for the sec, and they might have to hurry here. In fact, he does get a bit of a move on in the end, and Aaron Donald, as the ball was thrown in from the boundary by George Hill. Good throw from him. But now he moves on to... it was him batting. What's happening here? He'll move on to 8. No, the scoreboard's gone crazy because there was 2 there. He's on 88. The scoreboard's nonsensical. It's a full toss down the leg side, and I thought for a moment he played it onto his stumps, but the bails were actually removed by Johnny Tattersall. He just made as if to walk back to the changing rooms there. Donald is on, but he's not on 86, is he? And Chappell's not on 35. What on earth's going on with the scoreboard?
Honestly, I'm almost as confused as you.
I've got an age issue as well with confusion as Donald turns the last ball of the over, because he's on strike, everybody. There we are. He's got 88 or 84. Chappell's got 34, and Derbyshire are 363 for 7 or 359 for 7.
We are unsure.
Listen, I told you, it doesn't take an awful lot to confuse me.
Well, normally you go by the
scoreboard.
Yes.
Absolutely. Not a clue. Sadly. So 364 for 7. It's getting a little gloomy, but I'm fairly sure that an Aaron Donald won't want anybody to say, let's get off the field. Partnership worth 67 or 63. As Matthew Fisher is in and bowls, and Donald pulls that one into... No, he doesn't. It's Zach Chappell pulls it into the leg side. Easily to get the 2 batters confused, of course. Fielded by Harry Brook. Chappell moves on to 35. We're all back in sync again. Excellent. Donald on strike on 88. I hope that when he's doing his update in a couple of minutes' time that Doidgy does the century proud. They're going to coincide, I have no doubt. It'll happen. Here's Fisher in the wind, bowling to Donald, who gets up on his toes and pulls that into the leg side for a single out towards Brook. He moves to 89-ish, and it's 366 for 7. What he needs to do is get to 104, and then there will be no doubt that he has a century. That would be my advice anyway.
Immense controversy at Headingley.
Well, no, it's confusion rather than there's no controversy about it. This game is absolutely going nowhere, is it? It's just a personal milestone. Donald hasn't got a century for Derbyshire, and if he gets out for 101, 2 or 3, and then finds out he has it taken off him, that would be disappointing, wouldn't it? As Fisher bowls and he bails out there, Zach Chappell, just at the last minute. He thought about taking it on. He's batted, well, as you would expect Zach Chappell to bat, really. 43 deliveries, 35 runs. He's ridden his luck on occasions, no question about it. But this bodes well for the red ball stuff, because he'll definitely play it. So will Nye Donald, the white ball stuff. I mean, so will an Aaron Donald. Zach Chappell's going to be a very useful lower order batsman at some point throughout his career, if he isn't already. He's on strike now. Fisher bowls to him, blimey. Oh, that was just a horrible piece of cricket all round, as it goes straight through Dan Moriarty's legs for 4, out to wide mid-on. I'm going to be kind to him. He sort of well, he slogged it, didn't he, really? Zach Chappell, and Moriarty kept his legs too far apart. That was awful. That was horrible cricket all round, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matthew Fisher dragged it. Dan Moriarty missed it, and Zach Chappell clubbed it.
The shot was, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
not necessarily in that order.
No.
Mr. Preview.
He's on 39. In comes Fisher again, and he's heaved this into the leg side again. Adam Lyth at square leg had absolutely no idea when that ball had gone. Hill does the fielding. He moves on to 1. No, he doesn't. He picks up 1, and it's 371 for 7.
I suspect they won't retrospectively change anything, because they didn't do it with Finlay Bean, did they? And that was clearly a foot on the rope, which was not giving us a 4. He went round 3, was out in the next delivery, was it? Yeah. Ooh, update time for BBC Radio's Sheffield and Leeds in a mo. Hello, Toby. Yeah, 371 for 7 Derbyshire in their first innings. The excitement building as Nyron Donald is 89 and therefore 11 from a first century for Derbyshire. Zach Chappell has been out there with him for a while now at number 9 and whacked 40 unceremoniously in parts, but he's still out there. Partnership worth 74 so far. The match, well, unfortunately, because of having day 3 entirely washed out yesterday,
And it's dropped safe, and he will have another 6 runs. He when he gets hold of it, he really does get hold of it.
That's his third 6 to go along with his 6 fours as he moves to 60.
He's raced along. Doesn't feel like he's been there that long, but yeah, strike rate of over 100.
54 balls, yeah, absolutely.
Which is an impressive feat by anyone. As Root is in again, and Chappell clubs that one away but doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's gone over the fielder who was waiting on the deep square leg boundary just behind square there, and he will have another 6. So that's 12 in 2 balls from Chappell, who fair to say is opening up, and I wonder if this is just going to be the end of Joe Root plodding along from the football stand end.
Yeah, it could be. His high scores, that Chappell is 96. That was against Derbyshire on debut for Leicestershire.
As Root is in again, and that one is pushed by Chappell with much less vigour than the last 2 shots, up towards a wide mid-on for just 1 run. And would you like to?
I'd love to. That's very kind of you, Sonia. Yeah, so he's on 97, an Iron Donald. Joe Root bowling from the football stand end, bowls to him and he goes back, and he's been caught behind, has he? Yes, he has. And an Iron Donald falls 3 shy of a century here at Headingley. Huge disappointment for an Iron Donald. At one point he had 4 more runs credited to him than he actually finished with, and would have been into 3 figures, but he goes for 97. It's been a terrific knock from him, but he falls agonisingly short.
Yes, I wouldn't want to be around him in the dressing room when he's just had those 4 runs taken off him through absolutely no fault of his own when he was so close to the milestone. There's a miscommunication between the umpires and the scorers for a no runs on a no ball, but it's left him sort of agonisingly short of that century. He falls for 97, 174 minutes, 118 balls, 10 fours and no 6s. A decent strike rate though, and he's definitely been entertaining at the crease. 82.20.
Yeah, disappointing for an Iron Donald, although it does show what he's capable of. Now Blair Tickner comes out with Derbyshire 1. Are they 1 run away from now? They've gone past, haven't they? Of course, it went down to 399. It's 406 for 8, I beg your pardon. 406 for 8, but who cares? Blair Tickner can't bat. I just thought I'd put that out there now.
Just blanket. So what does that say about Pat Brown then?
Oh, he's woeful. Has been in the but he's not a batter, is he? He's not a batter.
It is one of my favourite things in cricket, is that you can get players who are so masterful of their craft and some of the best bowlers, and they can't bat. And likewise, you can get some of the best batters who cannot bowl, and I mean cannot in not a
never do.
Not a
not occasional bowlers.
I mean, we've all seen I'm sure the footage of Sir Alistair Cook's bowling that brought a wicket, and it's fair to say there are many club players who are better bowlers than Sir Alistair Cook.
Oh yes.
And I think even he himself would probably admit that one.
I'll leave this one to you.
Yes, well, I feel like I slightly jinxed you there in the last one, as Fisher runs in and will bang that one in short, and it should have been stopped by the fielder at mid-on, but it's not been, and that has gone through to the boundary, and Chappell will move on to 71.
It's Dan Moriarty again.
The substitute fielder.
He's had a couple of difficult moments in that position. One went through his legs, that one's gone to his left, and he couldn't get down in time. 2 wickets for Joe Root, and the 2 wickets he's got are the Wayne Madson for 104 and an Iron Donald for 97, for goodness sake.
It's ruining Derbyshire's fun, Joe Root.
How many overs left? Oh, they're not going to get to 450, clearly. The umpires are now meeting, and I think they're going to take the players off, are they?
I don't know.
They're pointing to something, and now they're all jogging off. What are they jogging off for?
No, they're not. I think they're going to
There's something happening here.
do something. I wonder if it's happening, unfortunately, right below our feet. Oh, they're bringing a box of balls.
They're changing the ball.
The ball that has just brought some
brought a wicket and now they want it changed.
I never quite understand that. Derbyshire
And
tried to get a ball
it's clearly been
changed.
driven by
No,
Shan
Leicestershire.
Masood, who's run off to grab this box for them.
Leicestershire did change the ball last week and didn't take a wicket with the ball when it was changed. And they'd just taken a couple of wickets with the old ball. Thought for a moment that bad light was going to scupper us. But
It doesn't look very dark out there, which would be an interesting decision.
Get him off.
You get to go home.
It might take a while for me to get home at this time of day, but
Yeah, well, I've got to go to London, so...
yeah, I bet there aren't any traffic jams on your train, though.
No, but they do lovely things called rail replacement works.
Oh, don't we? Yeah.
That leave me stranded at Derby for an hour and a half, because that one's
lovely
happened
place,
before.
though. Lovely place.
As Fisher is in, and that one is banged in short and pulled away very, very comfortably by Chappell for 4 more runs. I'm not sure this short ball ploy is being executed exactly how he would like. They've got a lot of fielders backward square, but he's just pulling it sort of towards a wide mid-on position.
He's got to keep taking them on, isn't he? That's the thing, Zach Chappell. He didn't take Fisher on the first time he tried it. When he set the trap, there are 3 out on the leg side boundary. I think he realised then that he needed to stay in for an hour and Donald. Now that Donald has gone,
As
doesn't matter.
Fisher is in round the wicket, and that's a very unorthodox shot. He goes back, looks to try and sort of pull it round, and ends up just paddling up to a vacant mid-off in a very unorthodox splayed foot way, and Shan Masood gives chase and cuts the ball off from reaching the boundary.
It's good fun though, it's entertaining. To a point.
Well, I think we've got to make the most of... Well, Derbyshire, I'm sure it's a good time for Chappell, and as you've mentioned, and that one is clubbed away towards mid-on, and that time a running and diving Moriarty does make the stop. Well, from what you've said about Derbyshire's 2 next batters, there's not a lot, so he might think that if he wants to get his century, he better get on with it.
Well, you'll find out about Blair Tickner, who how many balls did he face against Leicestershire in the home game? Not many, I don't think. He got a 14-ball duck, which was it was 2 overs and 2 balls of my life I'll never get back. But he hasn't been brought across from New Zealand for his batting, I think it's safe to say.
Well, he's going to be facing here, as I think there was a discussion between Adam Lyth and Shan Masood about which field to set for this particular batter.
Somebody in the crowd having a nice cold beverage there.
I would be clutching my thermos.
Just what you want.
As Fisher will bowl round the wicket to Tickner, and that one is played off his pads quite comfortably to get off the mark with a single into the leg side, and it's fielded by Hill, who has been patrolling that boundary. And as Chappell comes back on strike, the field will all switch round. He didn't look too uncomfortable playing that shot.
What a player. What a batsman he is, Blair Tickner. He didn't he did play. Of course he played at Glamorgan, you fool.
This splayed leg side boundary patrolling field goes out now as Fisher is in again round the wicket, and that one is clubbed away and high. It's a top edge, and he will have to depart. He didn't get hold of that at all, tried to play it into the leg side. It spooned up and was caught at a conventional gully. Chappell has made 78 and will not have a chance to add to that tally. Derbyshire 418 for 9.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing, but I mean, you sort of live by the sword, etc., etc. Finley Bean taking the catch as he top-edged it horribly, really. Matthew Fisher picks up his 4th wicket of the innings, so he's got an opportunity for a 5-foot as Matthew Fisher goes for 78 off 61 balls. And in that there were 8 4s and 4 6s. And it was entertaining while it lasted. And here comes Pat Brown. I don't think we need to say any more.
Bless you. Tracy Revis was the lady in question with the can.
Cold beverage.
Cold beverage in her hand.
Cold beverage.
Tracy and Keith.
That's tough out there.
Matthew's parents in the crowd.
Yeah.
Bit of support for their boy.
Absolutely. No, good stuff. I was just startled by the fact that somebody might even think a cold beverage would be a good idea on a day like this, but there they are on screen now. The bobble hat is certainly required.
Yeah, give us a wave, Keith.
I don't think they're listening.
No. So next time he actually says to me, I was listening, I'll say, whoa.
Well, you weren't. You're not always
You're just
listening.
saying that, aren't you?
Yeah. Now, Joe Root really should do the decent thing here and not take a wicket so that Matthew Fisher can come back for the next over and pick up his fifer, shouldn't he?
Yeah, you thought so.
Yeah. He's in from the football stand then, and Blair Tickner very stylishly just guides it backward and point. And it is fielded, and he gets no run for it. Well, it's been an exciting hour or so from a Derbyshire batting perspective, but ultimately hugely disappointing as Root bowls a full toss and Tickner plays it straight into Finley Bean on the full. I'm not even going to contemplate calling that a chance. One of those that if it sticks, it sticks. And it didn't. Here comes Root again and bowls. Oh, and he's beaten him all ends up there. Blair Tickner. Did he get an inside edge on it? No, it's going to go for 4 byes, I fancy. Yeah, there's the signal from umpire Hassan Adnan. Adam Lyth just trots to the boundary's edge with his hand warmer on the wrong way round.
And poor old Mr. Donald, he can't help thinking, you know,
well,
97 and the end was 9.
Very good. There was a stop, wasn't there, when he went from 96 back down to 92. And I'm sure that's what umpire Saggers was telling him, as that one is defended by Tickner. And he got 4 off the next ball to take him to 96. And he made one more run, and that was that. It was a real shame for him. He'll come back, though, as Root is in, and Tickner pushes this out into the offside. Calls Pat Brown through for a single. Pat Brown almost in danger of being run out there just by dawdling. Tickner moves on to 2. He did make 4, I think I've just seen at Glamorgan. As I said, he's not been brought over for his batting. Pat Brown takes strike. Here comes Joe Root in and bowls. Oh, and he's paddled that one nicely round the corner for 4 runs down the fine leg. Well done, Pat Brown, whose highest score in first-class cricket is 5. And he's 4/5 of the way to it. He's on 4, Tickner has 2. Here comes Fisher's opportunity to take a fifer with Derbyshire on 427 for 9 at the end of 110 overs.
No more bonus points.
Doesn't mean anything to Yorkshire, who'd already picked up maximum bowling points as well as maximum batting. And Derbyshire pick up 3 batting points.
Yeah, it's the first time Yorkshire managed to do that to the max this season. Which still is not really good enough for Mike Scott, who says this is grim stuff. That 8th wicket partnership of 108 runs in 15 overs since lunch was embarrassing. Our decision not to play a spinner is odd to say the least. Our inability to bowl sides out could prove costly. Excuse me.
Just say what you feel next time.
Say what you see. So Matthew Fisher from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling here to Blair Tickner. Final wicket of this Derbyshire first innings, and that first delivery of the over is turned into the leg side where George Hill does the fielding. Fisher 4 for 89. The tension mounts here.
Doesn't it?
Can he bring the Derbyshire first innings to a close and get his latest fifer? Can Dodgy get his figures up on screen before that happens? To tell you how many times he's done it in the past? Yes is the answer to that final question. But the delivery is not quite up to the mark, and it's dragged away wide of the despairing dive of Jordan Thompson, who chases it down towards the boundary. But the ball wins. 4 runs to Blair Tickner. 6 now to him. Partnership worth 13 already for this final Derbyshire wicket. 431 for 9. 300 and 431 for 9.
How many? Yeah.
3,431 for 9.
You do
I'm just saying this for the archives. They'll all think I'm not. Don't realise I've done that. So
You've
they'll
gone
clip it
mad.
up. Here's Fisher, bangs one in short. Ooh, yahoo! Says Blair Tickner, but misses.
Yes. Tickner's got a highest first-class score of 46 not out. I think he did that in the final, the penultimate game he played down in New Zealand before coming over. So Pat Brown's got 18 first-class runs, which is remarkable, really, isn't it? It is only his 10th first-class match, though. Not in it for his batting.
Stop it. Here's Fisher. Oh dear
Shot.
me. Big inside edge from Tickner down to fine leg, and they get one run.
I'm not sure what he is in it for at the moment, sadly, because he doesn't take many wickets. He's really a learner. He's making his way in red ball cricket. For somebody who's already played internationally at T20 for England, it's quite weird, isn't it? But he wants to play red ball cricket, and he is doing. Let's face it. That's what this is.
I'm struggling with this now. Brown's on strike, and Fisher bowls. That's pulled into the leg side where Jordan Thompson does a sliding stop.
Well, the good news for you is I'm off. I've got to do my 3 o'clock update. I'll be back for the Yorkshire second innings. Keep going.
2 slips and a gully. A deep backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And well back at square leg is George Hill, and a long leg. Fisher is in, and that's pushed out into the offside. And another single eased away. So end of the over. 434 for 9. Tickner on 8. Brown on 5. 111 overs complete in this Derbyshire first innings. Matthew Fisher looking beleaguered as he walks away. He should be buoyed, really. He's got 4 wickets here. But starting to maybe puff and blow a little bit after 27 overs in this innings. 4 for 96 from 27 overs and 7 maidens.
Well, that is one thing they say about the follow-on, isn't it? Is that it's a lot for bowlers who don't get to put their feet up at all.
Yeah. Dan Moriarty just coming out onto the field for Matthew Fisher, I think. Yep. He stepped over the boundary rope.
Joe Root is in and bowls, and it's played back to the bowler by Tickner, who has amassed 8 runs since I departed and let you come in, Jonathan. His Root is in again, and that's played into the leg side by Tickner, where it trickles to the fielder at mid-wicket. And Derbyshire 434 for 9 as Joe Root is in, and that's played into the offside towards Shan Masood, who will be able to get there and cut it off, but not before the batters have raced through jogged through really for a single to move the score on to 436. It will be Brown to face Joe Root as Root bowls from the football stand end, and that's just pushed up to mid-off by Pat Brown, who looks slightly awkward at the crease, I think it's fair to say, as Root prepares to run in again, and that one is played straight back into the pitch by Brown, who played that, well, it could have been a forward defensive, but he ended up sort of almost facing the stumps quite square on at the other end as he parried that back down. Root is in again, and that's clubbed away by Brown, and that is a lovely shot. And he will pick up 6 runs for it. That has been clubbed down to the wide of long on, who had absolutely no chance there, and he has really got hold of that to move his own personal tally on to 11. And at the end of that over, Derbyshire 441 for 9.
Drawing warm applause there from Dave Fletcher at the back of the box. Career best of 11 for Pat Brown. 441 for 9 means Derbyshire are 9 behind. They could take a lead, and they might take the lead fairly soon. Adam Lyth looked like he was going to bowl then for a sec, but it's actually going to be Jordan Thompson at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. 47 overs left in this match as a...
Nominally.
Yeah, as a possibility. Imagine 47 overs of entertainment such as this. But I suppose we'll be probably shaking hands a fair way before that now, as Jordan Thompson goes to a couple of those looseners that he does when he bowls it out the back of his hand at his partner Harry Brook in this case. The Blair Tickner on strike, and Jordan Thompson right arm over the wicket. Ooh, he nearly made it happen again with his very first delivery of the spell, because Blair Tickner was he was getting a little bit carried away there. I think he'd probably spotted Headingley Station on his way in this morning and thought he might try and launch one down in that general direction. Unfortunately for him, the ball just went the other side of Jordan Thompson's outstretched left hand in his follow through.
Yes, he'd decided to play that shot a while before the ball got there, hadn't he? And it was slightly awkward.
Thompson again, he's got underneath this one. It's wheels away up in the air. Ben Code does a few tippy-toe footsteps to make sure it doesn't fall over around the boundary edge. And they got 1 run after all of that. It was almost like Blair Tickner was trying to get out of the bunker there. He opened the face of the club. I think there might have been a bit of sand even blew up, or sawdust probably in this case. Hope he replaced the divot, if there was one. He's on to 10. 10 from 16. Thompson is in, and that's going to be 4. Ball short of length, wide of off stump, and played like a proper batter. Pat Brown just runs it down through the vacant third man area for an easy 4.
Yes, he's played some 2 very nice shots since he's come to the crease, even if he did come in at number 11 without a strong batting record behind him. But I guess this is just a chance to sort of have a go out there, and there's not a lot riding on it, as we've spoken about pretty much all day.
Thompson short, and Brown ducking underneath that one. We've almost got to the stage here at 46 overs to go. Yorkshire take this final Derbyshire first innings wicket. You know, they shake hands and say, well, go on, we'll call it a draw. We'll have a T20 match for a bit of fun for the last few hours of the day. We're playing at Headingley here. Snidey comment from the back of the box, because Yorkshire always lose at Chesterfield in the T20s. Thompson in. Ooh, he tries to run that one down through third man. This time Adam Lyth's there at gully to try and take any catches, but Brown misses out and then gives his bat a couple of swings as if he's trying to swat a fly away from somewhere around the stumps.
Yes, he's just taking his time to get set here. Brown doesn't look entirely at ease.
Thompson in. Ooh, another delivery in this over that has been looked to be played into the leg side and ended up in the off. But he survives it. End of the over. 4-4-6 for 9. Tickner on 10. Brown on 15. Derbyshire trail by 4.
Yes, almost at parity now, which did not look likely when Derbyshire were 23 for 3, but they've recovered well and put them on today. But once they'd avoided that, any chance of a follow-on, it's been sort of slow progress, but we've seen some good shots and quite a few sixes. It's been an entertaining day's play, as Joe Root will continue from the football stand end to Tickner. route over the wicket, and that's just defended into the offside and gathered by the former England captain for no run. Hill, who has been patrolling that boundary down towards our right on the offside, has just come up into the ring as Root is in again, and that is played straight back into the ground and into the offside, where Tattersall will loop the ball back to Joe Root. Derbyshire 446 for 9 as Root is in again, and that one was slightly faster into the pitch and driven by Tickner into the offside. It skews towards point, but they will pick up a single to bring number 11 Pat Brown on strike, who is on a career best of 15. As the field creeps in a little bit closer for the number 11, Root in again, and that's defended straight back into the pitch by the Derbyshire bowler. As Root makes his way back to the top of his mark. And is in again. And Brown sweeps that ball away, but straight to the fielder, Ash sort of fine leg, who's about halfway to the boundary and will not pick up a chance to add to his total of 15 runs. The partnership between these two is already at 29 as Root is in again, and that is tried to sweep away by Brown, who gets enough glove or bat on it, and it's taken by Lythe in the slips, and it will not be a chance for Fisher to get his fifer. Derbyshire will be all out for 447. Tickner, the unbeaten batter, on 15. Brown out for on 11. Brown out for 15.
Yeah, and it was LBW to Joe Root, in fact, there from 12 deliveries for his 15 runs, 2 fours and a 6. So 447 all out, plays 450. Yorkshire with an enormous 3-run lead going into the second innings of a match which has only got 40 odd overs. Take a couple off that, 43 overs remaining, I reckon, and probably even less than that. Well bowled to Matthew Fisher, who, as Sonia was just saying, will finish with 4 for 96. That's the 8th time he's taken 4 wickets or more in an innings in first class cricket. 1 for 61 from 24 overs and 2 maidens for Ben Code. George Hill, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 40. Jordan Thompson, 2 for 82 from 18 overs and 3 maidens. Joe Root, 16 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 2 for 78. And Matthew Revis, 18 overs, 1 maiden, none for 77. There were, for the record, 25 extras, comprised of 8 byes, 5 leg byes and 12 no balls. And in 113 overs and 5 balls, Derbyshire were dismissed. In fact, no, 114 overs precisely, Derbyshire were dismissed for 447. We'll take a quick breather while the players do, and we'll be back for the Yorkshire second innings very shortly. Welcome back for the Yorkshire second innings then. Annusdale to open from the Howard stand end to bowl to Adam Lyth and David Fletcher alongside.
And he bowls to Lyth, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Who's not out there then? There are two substitute fielders. One at slip in place of Wayne Madson, clearly. And I can't see who the other one is at the moment, but I'll work it out eventually. It might be Blair Tickner, actually. Can't see him. And he's quite noticeable. Here he comes then, Dahl in, bowls around the wicket to Lyth, strikes him on the pad, goes down towards backward square leg. Yorkshire up and running with a leg by and lead by 4.
These are the days, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, I could put forward a ludicrous scenario, but I'm not going to bother. There's only one team can win this now, though, you would have thought. But they'd have to bowl Yorkshire out in, what, 20 overs? And then, of course, that would bring Yorkshire back into the equation. But I think there is only one team who can win the game. They won't, by the way. I'm just putting it out there. Annusdale on his way in around the wicket and bowls to Finlay Bean, who, I tell you what, plays and misses at that one, goes through to Brooke Guest.
VAR might have a say, something like that.
Well, they might get 4 more runs than they deserve or something. I don't know. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Quite the debate going on in the media, in the written press room. Stephen from one of the other scoring companies had it absolutely spot on the entire time. That one is driven by Bean for 4 runs. That's the cover boundary. Nice shot. Too wide, bit over pitch from Annusdale. And away it goes. Listen to that wind. Blimey. No, Blair Tickner's out there. So he didn't take the new ball, but he is out there. Where's an irons? Oh dear, I'm trying to work this out now. Where's Pat Brown? Alex Thompson looks like he's going to bowl the first over from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Pat Brown's probably having a lengthy massage, having got his...
Yeah, well, a high score.
Yeah,
absolutely. Dahl is in, bowls to Bean, who drives, but this time straight at Harry Kame, who fields and miscounts the number of balls having been bowled in the over and goes back to field.
He faced 12, did Pat, so the concentration there
For
levels were immense.
Yeah. Well, what big stand as well at the end. It was a big stand there. I can't do the maths, of course. 29, something like that. Was it bigger? I can't do the maths.
No, you are spot on, sir.
Thank you. Which is nice. Annusdale is this is almost ridiculous. He's showing the ball to David Lloyd, his captain, who's at mid-off. They're not going to show it to umpire Saggers, who of course has now got the bonus of standing at the football stand end, and he bowls to Finlay Bean, who gets a full delivery and pushes it up to Zach Chappell in his optimistic sun hat. And at the end of the first over of their second innings, Yorkshire 5 without loss.
But of course, he has had a view really from the Kirkstall Lane end of the Howard stand towering over everything for the last few days. But now he can see, he's got the joy of seeing the red brick terrace houses in behind, the Escort Avenue, Escort, when the Headingley view and those places.
Pat Brown's back on the field, incidentally. And Mitch Wagstaff makes his way off. So he may well just have had a little rub down.
Well, two of the hotels in the background for those who've got the pictures there, and just evidence of how stiff that breeze is on the flags blowing horizontally. So Alex Thompson, Derbyshire resorting to spin after 1 over.
Attacking move, I think.
Run rate already up at 5. We've got to have some fun somehow on days like this. Thompson then delivered with venom and pitching around about leg stump, but Adam Lyth can't make a run out of that delivery.
The serious point is, of course, that they're currently saving Blair Tickner and Zach Chappell for Friday's game against Sussex.
Thompson in and driven along the deck by Adam Lyth to Zach Chappell, who is at mid-off. And there is no run. David Lloyd is jumping up and down. Well, clearly quite happy with life at mid-on. Maybe just a tad on the chilly side though. Full delivery on leg stump here from Thompson. And Dell's going to come in and field that from square leg because Adam Lyth helped himself to a single to get off the mark. 6 without loss.
Just to see if Madson plays next game.
Thompson is bowling here to Bean, solidly behind it. And we are having a bit of fun, but of course these two Yorkshire batters
there for them, isn't
yeah, there are. And also, you know, potential dismissal, so they've got to take it seriously.
Absolutely.
Bean
Somebody has.
Stepping forward and pushing into the offside and fielded there by Lewis Rees, the one left-hander in
Is
this
he?
Derbyshire side.
I heard that.
I've said that with great authority, didn't I?
I'm fairly sure it's true.
Thompson in again. Ooh, Bean stepping well back towards square leg and playing that one off about middle and leg into the offside, but he did get bat on ball, which was all well and good. End of the over. 6 without loss. Pat Brown is out there with number 36 on his back.
Stephen Martin, not for the first time today, I ought to say out loud, has made a good point. Their over 8 is -1 at the moment. Derbyshire, I'm sure they don't want to end up losing one of the points that they get, do they? So by having Alex Thompson at one end, it will at least hasten them through their overs. Good point, Stephen, well made. It's full of them today. Is Anuj Dal around the wicket bowling a full delivery to Adam Lyth, who rather misses out there as he punches it straight to Blair Tickner at extra cover. I'm not sure that's his natural habitat necessarily. Extra cover. Well, it's mid-wicket anyway, but apart from that, mid-wicket's not his natural habitat either. Because there's that many left-handers in the Yorkshire. I'm not used to watching left-handers bat, you see. There's Dal around the wicket bowling, and that was played straight back to him by Lyth. Nice stop in his follow through by Anuj Dal. Yorkshire's lead up to 9 now at 6 without loss. 40 overs and 4 balls to go after this. I think we're going to get down to 16 overs and shake hands. But we will be back after tea as a result, as Dal is in and bowls and Lyth defends it into the ground. It actually goes backward of square on the offside. Lewis Rees fields. I don't mind.
Wake me up when it's my over.
Well, exactly. I mean, I don't mind overs like, but don't expect. Well, you wouldn't anyway. Any witty repartee or anything like that in the next hour and a half or so, as we meander towards a draw. Dal is in, bowls another full delivery, clipped into the leg side by Lyth. They fancy a single. To the leg side as Blair Tickner does the fielding.
Well, I reckon 14 overs and 2 balls. Let's call it 40 overs. Between friends, could split the bill 3 ways and do 13 overs and 2 balls each. And
just
well,
by
we can't,
ourselves.
can we? Because we've 16, knock 16 off, of course. 24 overs, 8 apiece. Yeah. That sounds more manageable,
doesn't it? Dal's in again, bowls left alone by Bean outside the off stump. End of the. No, it isn't. Adam Lyth fooled me. He's just removing some debris. I'm not sure whether there's any point in removing debris, because as fast as he's wiping it away, more is arriving on the wind. But the loss of the entirety of yesterday has not helped this game one bit. As Dal is in to complete his over, strikes the pad, goes down towards fine leg. It's fielded by the substitute fielder Ben Aitchison. Leg by is signalled, and well, they're not watching again. Look, the scorers. Come on, put him out of his misery, for goodness sake. Mr. Saggers is banging his left thigh. I don't think they've seen him. What are they doing? Well done, everybody. Misread a signal before, not spotted that signal. Come on. I know it's late.
Alex Thompson, meanwhile, at 8 without loss, bowling here to Bean, who turns that into the leg side. There's no run. A Yorkshire second 11er in action, by the way.
I saw that.
Yeah, Lady Bay, Nottingham. That's they're playing on the car park.
Yes.
That's where we get sent to park our cars when we go down
You're
there.
absolutely right.
Here's Thompson stepping back. Bean cuts viciously to point where it's fielded.
How they doing, Jonathan?
How they doing? Oh, well, that led in nicely, didn't it? Thank you, David. Nottinghamshire second 11, 222 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Thompson is in, and Bean chops that into the offside. There's no run. I can tell you that the wickets thus far taken by Yorkshire's second teamers, 1 to Ben Cliff. As Thompson is in, and that's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Don Bess among the wickets as well. He's got a couple, and 222 for 6, as I say, with Luke, lovely boy, Fletcher, not out on 9 at this moment in time.
Fletcher, well done, son.
Along with Shaddendorf, who's not out on 42. Thompson in, and Bean working a single out to the sweeper in the offside, so that's what's going on with the twos. Down there at Lady Bay. I'd like to apply to come to Trent Bridge to cover a match. Well, that's fine, as long as you can bear to walk a mile and a half from the car park.
It's mad.
Thompson is in, that's pushed into the offside by Lythe, and again, there is no run.
Well, Derbyshire 2s played at Lady Bay last week. I didn't follow the game beyond day 2 because at the end of day 2, Derbyshire, who'd made 129, were trailing by 536 runs as Nottinghamshire reached 665 for 8. Tom Moore's a century off 64 balls, made 185 off 118 deliveries. What's he doing playing second team cricket, by the way? 67 fours and 15 sixes. Here's Anuj Dahl in and bowls to Finlay Bean, who drives. Nice half stop by Dahl. Prevents any action on the scoreboard other than one delivery added. 9 without loss it remains. I can only assume that Derbyshire, they were probably second favourites in that game by that point, so I lost interest. Not that there was much interest there in the first place. Lythe on 2. Bean has 5, and Bean turns this one straight to Blair Tickner at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Former Yorkshire batter who got very quick 50 down at Queen's Park a couple of years ago. Will Frayne on the runs in club cricket at the weekend. I think 149, I think it was. Might have even been 150. Piled on the runs for York.
Bean waits, Dahl bowls, and he drives it up to Lloyd at mid-off. Again, there's no run. Tickner is now warming up. I think he might just be trying to stay warm. It looks like he's stretching out his hamstrings as well, which is generally a sign that he might be about to have a little bowl. Or a big bowl, who knows. I'm sure he'd like a bowl. Then again, he might not. 9 without loss. Dahl in to Bean, who pushes up to Lloyd at mid-off. Wide mid-off this time. 2 balls of the over remain. I don't think Derbyshire second are in action this week. There's the scoreboard in all its glory. Look, Yorkshire lead by 12. Perfectly framed. Well, good work from the cameraman. 38.
Or woman.
Or woman. Camera person. That's my age, Dodgy. I do apologise. In comes Dahl and bowls. That one is a very full delivery. Might even have been a full toss. It's pushed up towards Chappell at mid-on this time, and there's no run, but you're right to correct me. The operative.
1 ball left in the over, and you wouldn't want to miss the next one. That will be the 6th over of this Yorkshire second innings.
Why? Here's Dahl, left alone by being outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Just doing
And
what all
there's no
good
run.
DJs do, telling you what's coming up after the news so that you stay
Oh,
tuned.
right, yeah,
You
stay
see?
tuned for the
So you
sixth
won't want to
over.
miss what's coming up after
I'll tell
the
you
next
what
delivery.
as well, I've just looked ahead in the running order and we've got the 7th and 8th overs coming up later on as well. So
Fantastic.
yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Keep it locked.
Has anybody ever said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Adam Lyth on strike then, and Alex Thompson round the wicket. First delivery. I was impressed by how quick he sorted that out. Just handed his jumper in and almost within the same stride carried on and bowled it.
Yeah, no messing.
It was a dot. And he comes again. Straight delivery. Straight blade from Adam Lyth. No run.
There's something in it for Thompson. He's now one behind Ben Code in the leading wicket takers in Division 2. Code's on to 14, Thompson remaining on 13 at the moment.
Well done. Thompson floats one up. Lyth strokes it out to Pat Brown at point. There is no run.
12,
So individual player records coming into play here.
Oh, there's a huge amount riding on this little session and the one after tea.
Here's Thompson again, and Lyth just dropping that one into the leg side this time. Once again, no run. Very windy, floodlights on, grey skies, and not a whole lot going on out there as Thompson's in again, and Lyth just props forward into the offside, no run.
Code's taken his better average, of course.
Thompson into Lyth again, who solidly blocks. End of the 6th over. 9 without loss, the 7th coming next.
After this short break. Tomo's got a couple of 5-wicket hauls. I noticed we're putting 4-wicket hauls on the. I'm not a big fan of that in.
You're not.
Red. Well, it's irrelevant, isn't it? Red ball cricket, completely irrelevant. I can see why they do it almost in T20, but nobody cares if you've got 4 wickets. 5's what you want. 2 5-wicket hauls for Alex Thompson.
Well, if they reckon a 5-wicket haul is akin to a century and a bowler's century, and 3 wickets is like a half century, then you would think 3 wickets will be the marker point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 2.5. First ball of Dahl's new over is turned into the leg side by Bean, no run. Yeah, I don't really know why it's there, unless it's a template that they have to use, and therefore, for all forms of cricket, including T20. And I know they lump other competitions' figures into the T20, which is nonsensical, but only because you can't have another group. No, not group. Dahl's in, bowls to Bean, who drives, but only as far as David Lloyd moving around from his, to his left, not from his left, to his left.
Imagine if they had other stats for batters, that's the 87th time he's passed 66 in innings, or 75.
2/3 of a century, yeah. Quarter, half, 2/3, 3/4.
The archives are being
century.
chock full.
Griff will be in trouble. This one is turned into the leg side by Bean for a single. In off the boundary comes Harry Kame. Bean moves on to 6, 10 without loss. Yorkshire leading by 13.
So as soon as you're full of stats for the season,
Go on then.
Who's bowled the most dots so far in?
I don't know if I've got
Championship cricket.
I've got no chance. No, I'm sure there is a way of finding it, but I haven't got it. Tell you the best figures as Dahl comes in and bowls, and Lyth defends it steadfastly straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. The best figures belong to Alex Thompson, 7 for 65 in the first innings at Glamorgan, where it turned square from lunchtime on day 1 until about 10 overs into day 3, and then it just didn't do anything for the next 5 sessions. Dahl is in, Lyth drives but mistimes it. He gets a little hand on it as the bowler, takes the sting out of the shot. His ball is picked up by Chappell. Slightly mistimed drive from Lyth, who practices the shot he would have liked to have played out towards the cover boundary. Final ball of the 7th over, but don't worry, there's another one coming soon. Dahl bowls. That's turned nicely into the leg side. Runs here as Blair Tickner takes a little bit of time to get going, and they come back for a comfortable 2. Lyth moves on to 4. Bean has 6. Yorkshire are 12 without loss after 7 overs.
Yeah, it's boys' own stuff out there at this moment in time. Run rate of 1.71. And, well, the pair of them for Yorkshire, in all seriousness, they do have a job to do. They've got runs to accumulate, records to try and improve. So they certainly won't want to give it away out there. Alex Thompson, he'd fancy take another couple of wickets with him today. That'd be handy. Gets a full-length delivery there, Finley Bean from Thompson, and turns it into the leg side. And there was no run.
He's got 2 left-handers to bowl at as well, which helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, floats another one up. It's misdirected down the leg side, and a little flick around the corner by Bean. Picks up 1. 13 without loss, and 7 to Finley. Much more deliberate than the pair of them can be up front for Yorkshire. Often get off to whiz-bang starts. Adam Lyth dropping that latest delivery into the pitch, no run. Began the season averaging just under 70 as an opening pair, which is a great effort if you can get that reliability every time they go out to bat together. Doing a good job for the rest of the top order. Thompson's latest delivery just pushed into the offside by Lyth, no run. Somebody's leaving the ground out there to the left. Car disappearing onto St Michael's Lane. Thompson to Lyth again, who strokes it back down the pitch to the bowler.
It's almost like the batsmen have agreed to let Derbyshire get their over 8-0, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll just pat a few back for you.
Yeah.
And that's the same result of the final ball of the over as the steward moves the gates back into place himself. It's getting tough for the stewards these days, isn't it? They're going to move the gates as well as check bags. And
as well as say, no, you can't come in here, which is what they said to me 4 days ago. I've got a very niche stat from David Griffin. He comes out with them every now and then. I don't know if you noticed that. We're going to see a change of bowling. And Harry Kane, with his occasional off spin, is going to bowl. The first innings aggregate of 897. It's only been betted in matches between Derbyshire and Yorkshire twice. 1152 in Leeds in 2013 and 973 at Sheffield in 1996. All 3 games were played in April or early May. There's nothing wrong with playing at this time of the year, but the pitches are just too batter friendly. Harry Kane then. I think it's off spin. He's in and bowls, and the ball is played straight back to him by Finley Bean. This will be the last over before tea, of course.
oh, of course it will. I'm nearly doing a commentary swap.
In comes
So
Kane,
used to
bowls. That one is driven out into the offside by Bean. I only said that out loud for a specific reason, as Jonathan gestured
to Sonia to come into the
Sonia
commentary
to come in
position.
to do some commentary. Well, yeah.
It's so rare to get a 3:40 tea, isn't it? It's
Yes.
always the last day of the match, of course.
Next delivery is left alone by Bean to go through to Brooke Guest.
You want to come on after tea?
Have you got some?
Have 20 minutes off. Go get yourself.
Have you got some
cup of tea.
jokes? Came at bowls. That is driven into the offside. A nice little stop there by Lewis Rees at extra cover. I feel a little bit for Ben Aitchison. I'm sure he's delighted to be out on a cricket pitch. Oh, Bean goes after that one wide of the off stump. Misses it, goes through to Brooke Guest. He's out there now. Ben Aitchison at the backward square leg in the teeth of the gale, as this next one is guided away by Bean, but straight to Anuj Dahl. You don't be running when the ball goes to Anuj Dahl. He might have bowled that one too quickly there, and are we going to squeeze it? We're not going to squeeze another one in, surely. No, we're not. That is tea in this exciting game in the second division of the County Championship. Well, Yorkshire in their second innings are 13 without loss. Lyth has 4, Bean has 7. And Yorkshire lead by 16 runs. Not many overs left, and off they go. And these are the things that when you talk about county cricket, that people say, why on earth are you doing this? Going off for tea. They might as well bowl through until 16 overs left. Say it's the final hour and say, do you want to take tea now? Yes. Oh, we'll just disappear then, shall we? But we can't do that. So 13 without loss. Yorkshire, they lead by 16. And I don't want anybody to leave. Everybody who's listening now, I want you all. We know where you are and who you are, because we can see it on our computer here. We don't want if anybody leaves, we'll be naming and shaming them at the start of the final session. So you have been warned.
Welcome back from a windy Headingley for the final act of this Division 2 County Championship match between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. The state of play at tea was that Yorkshire were 13 without loss, Adam Lythe on 4 and Finley Bean on 7. And there you can see them if you are looking at pictures, but if you can't, I can describe the fact that they're walking out to their respective positions and awaiting the return of some action here. Pat Brown is going to open things up from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And the Yorkshire front pair here, opening pair, just trying to knock this around for another, whatever, 18 overs or so. And I hope they're still out there. Sonia will take you through the first over from Pat Brown.
Yes, Brown in over the wicket, and that's just clipped away by Lythe down towards backward square where it will be fielded by the fielder. It will just pick up 1 run for that, and a decent way to start after tea. And the wind is getting up again. It doesn't look particularly pleasant to be out there.
No, a bit chilly, I think, now. Probably take that 20-minute tea break to get an extra layer of long johns on underneath, something like that, if you're a Derbyshire fielder. Get the thermals firmly in place.
As Brown turns and runs in again over the wicket to Bean, who defends that into the offside for no run. He's interestingly got something you see a lot of fielders have in the IPL and the franchise leagues, is that sort of one sleeve. You don't see it too often in Red Bull cricket.
No. Pat defying county championship convention there. Zach Chappell, meanwhile, I hope he's not looking for a contract with one of the Midlands clubs, maybe Burton Albion, something like that, because he tried a bit of keepy-uppy there at mid-off, and it didn't really go too well for him.
Brown in again, and that is clipped away by Bean into the leg side, and he'll pick up a run there. Well, we talked about Derbyshire having just the one left-hander. Yorkshire have quite a few.
Yeah, they do. Don't ask me how many. I can go through them one by one through the team sheet, if you like. These two, Shah Massoud. What's their next? Joe Root right, Harry Brook right, George Hill right, Johnny Tattersall right, Jordan Thompson left. I'll make that at least 4 anyway. Dan Moriarty's lefty when he plays.
As Brown turns and runs in again, and that's just defended into the offside by no run. Yorkshire 15 without loss. And I guess the only real question from this session is how long are we going to keep playing for?
Yeah, they might well shake hands with 16 to go, that final hour mark. So maybe another 45 minutes, an hour or so.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see as Brown turns and runs in again over the wicket to the left-hander, who plays that into the offside. And there was almost a chance at a run out. Bean came halfway down the wicket before being sent back by Lythe, but it doesn't matter in the end because the fielder at cover has completely missed the ball, and he's got his head in his hands looking down at the ground, but he's missed a chance at a run out there. And I think I can just about hear an ice cream van in the distance, although I'm not sure who would be wanting an ice cream van.
Well, if you're asking, seldom turn one down.
I would. I'm sitting here on my coat.
I know, but you're not used to the north, are you?
I used to live here, and then I moved down for the warmth as Brown runs in again, and that's defended into the offside for no run. And at the end of that over, Yorkshire 16 without loss, Lythe on 6 and Bean on 8.
And lead by 19.
And lead by 19.
As if it made any difference whatsoever.
Yes, because we're all on tenterhooks for how this result's going to pan out.
A couple of hat-tricks required here, but with the greatest of respect to Harry Kemp. I don't know if his dad Peter's still at the ground or if he's watching and listening back at home. He's come back on to bowl again. I've got nothing against Harry bowling, but David McCardle says on the plus side, at least we didn't spend a month's salary on Mohammed Amir so we could watch it rain. Here is Harry Kane bowling a full toss to Adam Lythe, who just pushes it out to cover where it's fielded by Anuj Dal.
Well, this is unusually cold weather for late April.
Is it? Here comes Came again, bowls that one outside the off stump. Lyth leaves it alone. I'm sure you're probably right.
I mean, at least usually by this point you've had an inkling that it's getting towards spring.
Well, it should be warmer, you're right. I think you are right, actually. As this next one is driven by Lyth, that's into the offside. Again, it's Anuj Dal who does the fielding. Gary Charlesworth lets us know that his 7-year-old grandson's team, Tupton Ivanhoes, walked 10 miles to Matlock yesterday, Matlock Town, to raise money for a pre-season friendly, as Lyth pushes this next delivery up to a deep mid-on. They're going to Portugal in July. Wow, how times change, eh? He says. Yeah, absolutely, Gary. I wouldn't have minded a pre-season friendly in the under-7s in Portugal, as around the wicket comes.
Yeah, we got trips to, when I played, back in the day when I used to play football, we went to Brentford and Ruislip and Hemel Hempstead. That was about as far as it got.
Not Portugal.
Definitely not Portugal
No,
for under 14 girls, no.
No. This one is clipped into the leg side by Lyth. Tumbling stop.
Well, you might be able to tell me,
Tick.
is it Matlock that has a twig stand?
Yes. Yes. Well, it's the our breakfast presenter is Andy Twig, but he's got an E on the end of his name. Yours doesn't?
No, mine doesn't.
No.
But
Yeah.
my family are from Derbyshire.
Oh, really?
I'm born in Yorkshire, lived in Derbyshire.
Thank you for your kind words, Gary. Yeah, Twiggy is... Well, Twiggy's... I stay at Twiggy's for home games. On his floating home. It is supposed to be floating.
As Brown turns and runs in from the Kirkstall Lane end over the wicket, and that's defended into the offside by Bean for no run.
The overrate, incidentally, has now gone up to +1, so absolutely no problems as far as the overrate concerned. There wasn't any problem for Yorkshire. There is no problem for Derbyshire, which is good news for everybody.
Tell you what, none of the Derbyshire players have got that little hand warmer.
No, well, they're tough, aren't they? And they're all from south of Sheffield.
As Brown turns and runs in again over the wicket, and that's played nicely by Bean towards backward point for a single.
The wind just got up then, didn't it, as he delivered
Yeah, it
that
did.
ball.
Tell you what, if you're a fast bowler, you are begging to bowl with the wind rather than into it. It'll be hard work.
Well, Pat Brown is bowling sort of into it when you look at
He
the
is.
flags, isn't he? So, yeah, he probably won't be thanking anybody for that.
He's had an interesting career so far, hasn't he? Because he had a lot of promise, and there was a lot of high hopes for him, particularly in the white ball stuff.
A lot of injuries.
And then he's just had so many injuries that it's really stunted his career. But he will change to round the wicket now, and that's driven by Lyth into a vacant.
Oof.
And he will pick up a boundary for that. It almost looked like the sweeper on the offside was going to get round, but he didn't quite fancy the dive, and Lyth will pick up 4 runs for it to move his score on to 10.
No, I wouldn't be diving. There is no point.
You won't be doing the George Hill knee slide.
Well, I wouldn't be diving anyway. We didn't used to dive when I played cricket. There's none of that nonsense. Stop the ball with your foot if you can. If you can't, just let it go.
But don't tread on it.
Well, sometimes if you tread on it, it can have a good effect.
Brown in again, and that's driven again by Lyth into exactly the same area that the ball before went, but with slightly less pace. And this one will be fielded on the boundary, and he will just pick up a couple of runs.
You didn't need to dive that time, Harry.
Yeah, I was going to say about Brown, because he even ended up sort of an IPL stint at one point, and everyone sort of expected so much, and it's just one of those sad things with young fast bowlers that they seem to get so many injuries that affect their career.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the England bowling coach has got hold of him or not.
As Brown is in again round the wicket to Lyth, who just plays that one round corner into the leg side, and it will be gathered by Dahl running in from square leg boundary.
Look at the teams that he's played for. Born in Peterborough, I didn't know that.
Oh, I did. I know someone who played up with him growing up, and then I think he came through at Worcestershire.
Yes, he came through at Worcestershire.
Yeah, and he was from sort of Lincolnshire way. But you've got all his stats up, so you'll be able to tell us in a minute after this ball.
I'll try.
As he turns and runs in to the left-handed Bean, who plays that off his hip into the leg side, and he will pick up couple of runs there as it's just fielded by Dahl on the boundary. I'm not sure if that would have been over the line when he crossed it, but he's being congratulated, and it will just be 2 for Bean at the end of that over. Yorkshire 26 without loss, leading by 29, Lythe on 13 and Bean on 11.
Yeah, really good work from Dahl and Lloyd down there, away to our left-hand side. Not played in the IPL, Pat Brown.
Not
Worcestershire, Silat Sixers in the Bangladesh Premier League.
That's probably the one I was thinking of.
Peshawar Zalmi in the Pakistan Super League. He's played for Birmingham Phoenix and Oval Invincibles in that rubbish that takes place in August. He was signed by Melbourne Stars in the 2019-20 Big Bash season, but he doesn't appear to have played as Harry Kane begins a new over, and the first ball is pushed by Adam Lythe up to David Lloyd at mid-off. He played 4 T20 internationals, taking 3 wickets as Kane bowls, and Lythe defends out into the offside where Lewis Rees picks it up. He was, as recently as 2020, named in a 55-man group of players who trained ahead of international fixtures following the COVID-19 pandemic, as that one's a full delivery from Harry Kane, and this is pushed into the offside by Lythe. Stress fracture of the lower back in January 2020.
Fast bowler's curse, that one.
As this next delivery is guided very nicely by Adam Lythe out to the backward point boundary. There was a dive initially from an Aaron Donald that missed it, but Alex Thompson tidies up behind him. Yes, they do seem to suffer from their fair share of that particular affliction.
Well, I did a whole piece on it last year ahead of the Ashes.
As Kane bowls driven into the offside by Finlay Bean.
And looking at how players might, or clubs and coaches might look to, as soon as someone feels something in the back, just sending them for a scan, because you might get sort of 6 weeks off rather than letting it develop into a stress fracture where you're looking at 6 months out.
Full delivery from Kane, pushed into the offside by Bean to complete the over. Everybody apart from umpire Saggers seems to think it's the end of the over. The umpires are just, I think, trying to get some confirmation from the scorers. I think it is the end of the over. 27 without loss, Yorkshire. The umpires, yep, they've had the nod. So 27 without loss means a lead of 30. We've got 30 overs to go, which means we've got 14 overs until the last hour. Derbyshire would have to agree not, or would have to agree to shake hands rather than Yorkshire declaring and then Derbyshire coming out and knocking the runs off, of course. That wouldn't be very sportsmanlike, though, would it? It wouldn't be cricket. It's a bit like ACLs in women's football, though, isn't it? I've spoken to a number of Derby County women who've suffered from the ACL injury.
Well, I partially did my ACL playing football, and even that was unpleasant enough.
Yes.
And that didn't, obviously that wasn't the full one that the professional players do. As Brown runs in round the wicket, and that's defended by Lythe into the leg side, offside for no run. Yeah, it's a pretty gruesome injury. But I think with stress fractures, they're sort of trying to come up with these things, because Australia had a huge problem with it sort of 8 years ago, and they seem to have got over that now. Whereas in this country, we seem to be getting more and more of them at the moment, and they can't quite work out why all of them are happening. And Leach's one was interesting, because you don't often see it with spinners.
No, you don't.
As Brown is in round the wicket, and Lythe just watches that one go past his elbow and hip through to the wicket keeper for no run.
Ooh, that's a fancy aircraft.
I was going to say I can hear it. Just a few sort of warm-up stretches taking place. I wonder if we'll see a change of bowling as Brown gets ready to bowl again. And he's into Lythe. He drives this one through the offside, and it will be cut off on the boundary. He's hit that really well, but just straight to the fielder out on the offside boundary.
Could be a cunning plan if they bring Blair Tinkner on. He's the one who's warming up there at cover. It was when he came back one of the days down at Glamorgan that the umpire said, no, you're too fast. And that's when Harry came last bowled, I think, from memory.
Well, the floodlights are on.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they say, oh, he's too fast, they'll just say, all right, see ya.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be disappointed with that.
As Brown is in, and that's driven back down the pitch by Bean, and that will be 4 runs. That was a lovely drive, just sort of opened the face, didn't try and overhit it, just timed that straight back down the pitch. To move on to 15.
You're right about the ice cream van. Match of the day theme tune.
I'll tell you what, there was an ice cream van at Northampton when I was there, and the outside temperature was about 6 degrees, and I did not think anyone was fancying an ice cream that day. I thought that the coffee cart on the other side of the ground was probably doing much better business, as Brown turns and runs in again, and that one's short and just played off the back foot by Bean, who does not seem to be worried about that short ball at all, just guides it down towards third man, where it will be just cut off by the fielder on the boundary. He's done well to make up that sort of 40-45 yards there and keep the runs down, but it will be 3 runs to Bean.
Just to the left of Ben Aitchison, who doesn't... Is it Ben Aitchison? I think it is. Doesn't want to be diving about, really. He's only just coming back from injury.
Well, it's not exactly a match-saving situation, is it? It's not the sort of situation where you want to tell any player, really, to risk getting injured.
It wasn't him, it was Donald.
As Brown runs in, and that one's down the leg side. And it's gone for 4. It's gone through the wicket-keeper. That was probably a slightly disappointing attempt from the wicket-keeper, who's on his knees, unmoved, as that one just went straight through him.
He probably didn't expect him to chuck it that far down the leg side, but yeah, I think Brooke guessed it. It bounced at least twice before it reached him.
Yeah, I think he sort of jerked his head out the way after one of them, and that sort of caused him to take his eye off the ball. But
I'm going to lose his teeth.
At the end of that over, Yorkshire 39 without loss, leading by 42 runs. Lyth on 15 and Bean on 18.
He was the first man out this morning. Brooke guessed for 75. At that stage, Derbyshire was still 170 in arrears. And when Madson followed... no, they weren't. They were more than that. That was 170 stand for the 4th wicket. Because when Madson left, there were 213 behind us. A new over begins from Harry Kame, and that's gone off the bottom edge of Finlay Bean's bat straight into the ground. Not a missed chance, but a slightly loose shot from Finlay Bean, I would suggest. As Kame is in again. See if he's turning it. Bowls, and this one, he's not turning that because it was a full toss. It was bunted up to Zach Chappell.
Tell you what, Finlay Bean's brave going out to bat in just a t-shirt.
Yeah. You can hear that wind. You can see the wind on the stream as Kane bowls a horrible full toss that's beaten away out baseball style to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Finlay Bean.
Did you see that clip on social media of Joss Butler playing baseball?
No, I don't tend to look at gimmicky rubbish like that, but I did see it was there, but I didn't, because everybody thinks baseball's easy, but it clearly isn't.
Well, he was doing it about 45 miles an hour, so that would be easy for him.
Next delivery again, full from Harry Kane, pushed out into the offside. Well, he needs something to do, considering he doesn't field anymore. No run from that delivery.
Well, he'll have to do it for England, because there's no sort of impact substitute for the ICC yet.
Not yet. It's only a matter of time before the BCCI force them to do something. That one was a play and a miss outside the off stump from Bean, who's standing there with his hands on his hips at the moment and look particularly impressed by what's happening here. I don't think he knows where the next Harry Kane ball is going. I'm not sure Harry knows either.
I was going to say, do you think Kane knows where the next...
No,
I always think that's...
I'm not sure that he does. That's the end of the over, incidentally, 43 without loss.
That's one of the brilliant things. If you're a bowler and you don't know where it's going, there is no way that the batter can know where it's going.
Yes, I think you're right. It's,
I always love it when you see those bowlers who don't bowl. You know, when you see sort of Harry Brook come on and you go, well, he's bowling to Steve Smith. Steve Smith doesn't know where this ball's going, and probably nor does Harry Brook. Yeah, I think those moments are quite nice.
Blair Tickner comes into the attack.
Yeah, just marking out his run up there from the Kirkstall lane end, having a few warm-up balls before he gets his first spell in the second innings underway. A few little stretches and he'll be bowling to Adam Lyth as he runs in round the wicket to the left-hander, who lets that one go through, and it's bounced before it's hit the keeper, so it doesn't gone through to the keeper, so it doesn't look like there's a lot of pace in this pitch.
No. He's got 5 wickets this season. He's had 6, to my certain knowledge, dropped in the slip cordon, in addition to those 5, so his figures should be far better than they are.
As Tickner runs in again, and that Lyde just watches that one go through without putting a bat on it or trying to put a bat on it. Just takes his time to mark his crease. I mean, Lyde is obviously experienced international player. I don't think he's going to be particularly bothered by the extra pace of Tickner. And then obviously if you get one of these two out, you've got Brook and Root to come. So
I don't think there's going to be a clatter of wickets in what remains of this match.
we don't know how long remains of this match as Tickner is in again, and Lyde just defends that straight into the pitch where it's fielded by Gully.
So Chappell warms up, just sorting his core out, whatever that is.
That is, he's doing some leg raises there at mid-off. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be lying on this ground. It'll be wet, I think. As the ball makes its way around the field back to Tickner, who has a slightly unusual run-up as he runs in, and Lyde plays at that and misses, and he just about pulls his bat out of the way, but that one looks like it's moved and caused a little bit more problems than we've seen from any of the other Derbyshire bowlers so far.
Yeah, nice delivery from Blair Tickner. Just causing Adam Lyde into a false shot. Withdrew the bat a long time after the ball had just gone past the edge, as opening bats tend to do. Never played at it. Yes, she did.
Tickner runs in again around the wicket to Lyde, who defends that one into the gap between Point and Gully, but doesn't take a run, although Bean was looking for one and made it halfway down as the throw came in, which missed the stumps, but I think he might have been back anyway.
He made a bit of an error there, Bean, because he was trying to take on the left arm of Lewis Rees, the only left arm thrower in the entire Derbyshire team, and the ball went to his left, which enabled him to get the throw away quite quickly. Yeah,
Lyde was determinedly not going anywhere as Tickner does his sort of few steps before starting his run, and Lyde drives that into the offside, but straight to the fielder at cover, and at the end of that over, Yorkshire 43 without loss, with a lead of 46.
Yeah, we continue to meander here at Headingley. 22 minutes past 4, still 27 overs nominally left in the day. We won't play all of those, clearly. How many we play remains to be seen.
Yes, we don't have any insight for you, I'm afraid, on that.
Or anything really, but you're right.
No, but sometimes you get heads up about things, and that's not something that we've had a heads up about.
No idea. Harry Kane continuing, bowls to Bean, who pushes this one out into the offside. Rees does the fielding and extra cover. There is no run.
I mean, how would you treat this if you were a batter?
Well, I think I'd do what they're doing, really, because the only thing that they can do is get out, which destroys your average early in the season, doesn't it? So, yeah, you just carry on batting. You carry on batting.
I would have liked to see them bat with Harry Brook, just for a bit of entertainment. Open with Harry Brook.
The ECB have probably said he can't. This next one is dropped a bit short by Harry Kane. Finlay Bean pushes it out into the offside with some force, but it's straight at Anuj Dal. As a result, there is no run, and he's in again. Bowls wide of the off stump, cut away, 4 runs. Once it got past the dive of the man at backward point, it was always going to go to the boundary, and Alex Thompson has to go across the advertising boards, because quite frankly there are more people on the field than there are in the stands now.
Yes, we had a smattering of people dotted around earlier, but I think a lot of them have given up and gone home to warm up.
Can't say I blame them. Kane bowls, defended by Bean, out into the offside. The 2 other games in the second division, Gloucestershire was 79 for 2. They need another 252 to to beat Middlesex at Bristol. As Kame is in and bowls, being drives but mistimes it, and it's stopped by a tumbling Zach Chappell.
He could have got a run there.
Yeah, he probably don't want to face the next over from Blair Tickner. And in the other game, which is being played at Grace Road, that's almost as dull as this one. Northamptonshire 453 for 7 declared, Leicestershire 380 for 8, trailed by 73, and they haven't even got to the end of the second innings. Just been told by an old pal of mine, Andrew Pinfield, who's listening in and watching in. We won't be here long because it's raining in Bradford and coming our way. I'm not sure that it is. Oh, yes, it is by the wind. Of course it is. Yeah. So we might get rained off.
Well, who knows, as Tickner runs in again from the Coastal Lane end, and Lythe just watches that go through to the wicket keeper. And then the conversation is, which of the multiple of weather apps do you consult?
I usually look at the Met Office because I'm not sure the BBC one is that accurate, if I'm honest. It suggests that it's not going to rain here till 9 o'clock tonight, but there's another one called the Rain Radar, which is pretty good.
As Tickner runs in again and bangs that one in slightly shorter, but there's not enough pace on the pitch, and the wicketkeeper ends up taking it by his feet as Lythe just watches it go through.
The Rain Radar, once I've lost this advert, you get one advert a day, and it's very irritating because I don't want to play that game. We're right on the edge of the rain here at Headingley. It's not raining at the moment.
Well,
some might say unfortunately.
Well, an app on my phone is saying it's drizzle now and light rain for the next hour as Tickner runs in again round the wicket to Lythe, who drives that one through the covers for 4. Textbook cover drive there, just open the face on the bat really nicely to move on to 19.
Yeah, we are right on the edge of that on the Rain Radar. So, Perez, you could be right, mate. You could be right. Fingers crossed. Put us all out of our misery. They'll be shaking hands, I'm sure, at
I'm sure any rain
Leicester
interval
soon.
will just speed this up. I don't think anyone is going to be pushing to stay out there until the end of play. As Tickner does a sort of jog on the spot before he starts his run. And bowls. And Lythe defends that into the offside. No run. It makes that move that bowlers do to show that it's done something off the pitch, and that's why he didn't play it as well as he could have done.
50 partnership between these two coming up in the 18th over. For what it's worth.
The wind's really got up again. I can feel it coming through the small gap in our commentary
legs
box.
are freezing here.
As Tickner bowls again and Lythe ducks under a short delivery there. Yes, it's not warm here at Headingley. From the temperatures, you'd suggest it was more October than late April, but here we are. It's going to be May in 2 days.
Yeah. Or January the 93rd, as we like to call it.
As Tickner is in again. Bowls, and Lythe just plays that off his hip, but not entirely comfortably, and it's fielded in the leg side for no run. Yorkshire 51 without loss, leading by 54. Lythe on 19 and Bean on 26.
The batsmen meet in the middle of the pitch to punch gloves, talk about what they're going to do for the next few days. Yorkshire back here next week, I think. Back here next week? I'm not sure. Dodge, you'll tell me.
Strictly speaking, back here this week.
Well, yes, sorry. At the end of the week on Friday, yeah. So you've got another home game.
Glenmorgan.
That'll be nice.
We do have a game on Wednesday at Scarborough before that, of course. The
Yes.
Blaze against the Diamonds. Join us for that. Is this me? Suppose it better be, hadn't it? Because they'll come up.
Well, you're going to. I
come
thought
to me
you'd.
Yeah. Harry came to Finley Bean. Just going to do an update for BBC's Leeds, Sheffield and York, as we've now discovered, at 4:30. As came in
some
again.
of us knew it all along. That's just local radio badgers.
Another dot ball there. As dust blows up from the wicket end. Who knew there was dust around after so much rain yesterday? Another dot ball, patted back by Bean. The sound of sirens. The new single by Simon and Garfunkel as is in and bowls to Bean, who pushes into the offside, and Anuj Dal does the fielding, and there is no run.
Good from you, that.
Harry came in again. And smashed by Finlay Bean for 4 through cow corner. There was a despairing dive from somebody. I'm trying to identify Blair Tickner, I think, at short mid wicket. Did well.
It is. You're right.
To avoid that, really, because he did hit it with some power. Here we go with the update. Good afternoon, Toby and everyone. Yeah, 55 without loss, Yorkshire in their second innings here. They did eventually wrap up Derbyshire for 447 all out first time around. Matthew Fisher with the best bowling figures there. 4 for 96 for Yorkshire, 3 wickets for Joe Root, 2 for Jordan Thompson and 1 for Ben Code. Adam Lyth is 19 not out. Finlay Bean is not out on 30. The game, well, they'll probably shake hands on a draw in some time in the next half hour or so. 55 without loss, Yorkshire in their second innings.
Beautiful that. Beautiful that. It's going to be Blair Tickner to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Looks like Lewis Rees is coming off for a few minutes, making his way down over the rope below us. Look to see who replaces him, unless his replacement's already on the field, or he's coming off for a helmet, or something else. He's just... Oh, he's got another ball. What's he getting another ball for? Is he allowed to do that? He's got something out of the little box down below us. I've no idea what it is. Hand warmer? Anyway, whatever it is, he's got it. And he's not coming off. Oh, he's handing something now to the umpire. I tell you what it is. It's a light meter. That's what it is. He's handed it to the umpire. Martin Saggers. Good for him.
I can see where they're going with this.
Proactive there from Derbyshire's field as Tickner begins a new over, and that one's turned off the hip by Adam Lyth for a single. He moves on to 20, 56 without loss, a lead of 59, which will tell you all you need to know about our mood in the commentary box.
The thinking out there as well. It's lightened the mood, I think, the light meter.
Yes, absolutely. He's doing a Masters, so he's among the more intelligent players out there. Former Leeds University student, Lewis Rees, played for the Leeds Bradford MCCU or UCCE or whatever they're called, as this one is pulled into the leg side, and there's no pace in the pitch at all, is there? And that's a sprawling stop by Anuj Dal. Does really well, and they come back for a couple, or did they make 3 there? Who was on strike? Bean was on strike. They come back for a couple. I don't know, they're both left-handers. They all look weird to me. I'm just not used to seeing it. Liz de Ploy, who they lost to Middlesex in the winter, was another left-hander, and still is. Just not for Derbyshire. 58 without loss. Tickner bowls to Bean, who turns that into the leg side. Nice tumbling stop by Lewis Rees. Shouldn't have done that, really, because it proves to the umpires that he can still see the ball all right. He's just brought the light meter on.
Yeah, he should dive over that, shouldn't he?
Well, didn't see it. Can't see it. What's going on? Came out of the darkness and...
All those club cricket tactics that we've seen down the years. Yes. Yeah. Saturday evening. Yeah. Got a wedding due to go to. I couldn't see
that rain I could feel then. Take the bowls, clipped into the leg side once again. Another little run round the boundary for Dahl, who gets there. His left leg is covered in mud. They got through for a single. Bean moves to 33, 59 without loss. There we are. All the good picture of the spectators there. See, the West Stand hasn't been open for the entirety of the game. That's unfair. But there are more people on the field than watching now, I think. Just about. as Tickner is in and bowls to Lyth, who defends out into the offside, and there's no run. That's not a criticism. I wouldn't have been sitting out here. There are more spectators than players, but I wouldn't be sitting out there now. We all know what's happening. Fair play to the ones who are staying to the bitter end, but really?
I've paid me money.
Well, I'm not sure whether you're getting your money's worth at the moment, because as you said, a couple of potentially explosive opening batsmen have been in their shell for most of the innings, as Tickner's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lyth to go through to Brook Guest. You're almost certainly not going to see Joe Root and Harry Brook again, because Derbyshire don't look like they're going to take a wicket. But fair play to you.
Oh, now then, they'll go.
Lewis
Discussions about the light could be prompted here.
Yeah, he's having a word there. Lewis is said, just go a bit darker there. David Lloyd's warming up. He said, Harry, that's more than enough, thanks.
It would certainly, you would think, suit both batters now. They've got a few runs to their name just to nudge up the average a little bit.
They wouldn't be disappointed, would
no,
they?
they don't think they'd be too disappointed to walk off. They've got another 50 partnership between them.
Well, Lloyd's going to bowl spin, which is a new one on me. He is very much a medium-paced trundler. I hope none of the Lloyds are listening. That's how he strike. I wouldn't like to face him, obviously, but he's going to bowl some spin here. I'll get myself into trouble on the last day. I've done so well this week.
Here he is then. Bowling to Finley Bean, who steps back and cuts. And,
it's medium pace off spin, isn't it, really?
yeah, it is. It's medium pace off spin.
We've seen young Morley bowling. Well, he absolutely fires it down. Left arm spin.
Lloyd in again. Oh, real tangle here. He's got himself a wicket. There you go. Finley Bean would have wanted him to leave the field of play, because he has been given LBW by umpire Martin Saggers, and he's out for 33. Partnership ends at 59, and Yorkshire in their second innings are 59 for 1 after 20 overs and 2 balls.
Well, he'd be furious with himself, won't he? I would have thought. 33 off 63. There was certainly runs available for him there, as he tried to play the ball into the leg side, and the golden arm of David Lloyd strikes. Great figures for him. He'd be delighted if they came off now. 5 fours in Finley Bean's 33, and Yorkshire's lead is 62 for completeness. And Matthew Revis has been. Well, did he come out at? He didn't know it's Shan. No, it was Shan at 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a night watchman. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Revis are still watching, because they've sat through a very cold day, and I hope he sent them a text and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm batting at 3."
An end of match watchman.
Yeah. Yes, it feels like it, doesn't it? Matthew, stick your pads on, mate. This is Shan going, no, I'm not coming out.
Well, lest we forget, of course, he did start his career at the top of the order.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, debut against Kent here in 2019.
I'm not suggesting he's not a capable batsman. I was just slightly surprised to see him walking out.
Yeah, me too, I've got to say, because they don't tend to do things like that.
I said, well, the ECB will have stopped Joe Root and Harry Brook from batting a second time. I know the workload would be far too much on them. And Sham's gone, well, if you're not batting, I'm not batting. Who's next? George Hill said, I'm all right, Skip, thanks. Have you seen the wind?
Lloyd to Revis, who steps back. He fired that one in as well. David Lloyd working up some pace, generating some real revs.
This is as quick a bowling as we've seen in the innings.
Lloyd revving it at rev. Revis waits. In comes Lloyd. And this time, much slower delivery, varying his pace here as well. The Derbyshire captain. 2 balls left in the over.
There'll be another one after that, though, so don't go anywhere.
In comes Lloyd again, and Revis solidly behind it, playing into the leg side.
I did a little roll call at the beginning of the session, and most people had stayed with us. Fair play to them. And thank you very much for your loyalty. 1 or 2 had gone. They'll be getting letters in the post.
Not current postage rates, they won't. As Lloyd fires the last ball of the over in, and Revis plays inside the line of it. 59 for 1 at the end of the over. He survived those 4 deliveries, and David Lloyd with figures of 1 over, 1 maiden, no runs for 1 wicket.
Could be the first wicket maiden of the. Are they going off? I think they're going off here, are they? The umpires are meeting. The batsmen are standing as though they're going to stay out there. What's happening here? I think they're saying if it's Blair Tickner. Oh, he's putting the light meter on his umpire Saggers, and he says to the batsman, "It's too dark, lads. We're going to have to go," and that could be it. They're not shaking hands. There's a couple of people putting their arms around each other and that kind of thing. But Yorkshire 59 for 1. Bad light has struck, and I was told by a pal that the rain in Bradford was heading our way. We're right on the edge of a very large band of rain. It's not raining at the moment, I don't think, but Yorkshire 59 for 1 as the players go off for rain. Adam Lyth has 20. Matthew Revis is yet to get off the mark. But I don't think that's the end, although it might be. What the umpires are staying out there. I wonder what they're going to say. They'll have a word with the ground staff, I think, and just say, what do you think? Well, it's not going to get any lighter, because
if you bring the covers on here just as a precaution, that's going to take 5 minutes to bring them on, and then
15 to take them off.
And there's just no time to play any more cricket.
That is a real shame, because it was just building nicely, wasn't it?
Look at a wonderful weather watch that we have for those who are watching the pictures. 12 degrees Celsius, feels like 9.5. I wonder who's doing that.
Somebody's outside,
somebody out there
in a t-shirt.
Yeah,
God,
in
it's
a
colder
t-shirt,
than it,
pair of
colder than it
boxers.
looks.
Rainfall 0.5 millimetres, 62% humidity. 62%.
I don't know how humidity works.
And then a 21.7 mile per hour southerly wind. Southerly?
What's a no?
Must be. Well, it is I suppose a little warmer today, so it could be coming from a southerly direction. But that's that.
It's more of a westerly wind, and here come the covers incidentally.
That'd be that way.
Yeah,
westerly.
that's the way that. I suppose. Yeah, southwesterly. We'll give them southerly. We'll let you off.
Okay, we'll do that. So there you go, fine shot of the pavilion in which we are situated. The covers are indeed coming on, and I think we all know which way this is going to go. But at this stage, the match is not officially abandoned because of bad light and a draw. We have to, cricket being cricket, wait for that to be announced. And I suppose it'd be a wonderful time at this stage, Fletch, to
You've not bought me anything, have you?
to review
Right.
the last
I thought you bought me something for a minute.
few days,
That's why I was concerned. I've not got you anything.
because we have had some marvellous cricket during the last few days. What can we say about it? Well, Derbyshire won the toss, decided that they wanted to bowl first, took the wicket of Finlay Bean when he was on 18. Shan Masood made 40, Adam Lyth 97. And that was about that for day one, with Harry Brook and Joe Root not out overnight, and then they completed centuries on Saturday. Joe 119, George Hill just the 9, and Harry 126 and undefeated, with Johnny Tattersall on 17 when the declaration came on 450 for 5, so maximum batting points.
That's the one.
For Yorkshire, tick, 97.2 overs. 2 wickets for Zach Chappell, 1 apiece for Blair Tickner, Anuj Dal and Lewis Rees. And then Derbyshire, well, their first innings began on Saturday afternoon. Their only innings, in fact. Harry Kane made 8. David Lloyd didn't. After 2 deliveries, he was gone without scoring. Lewis Rees made 11. And then no cricket whatsoever, of course, on day 3, which left Wayne Madson hanging on 88, not out, and Brooke Guest on 74, to which he added just the 1 before being bowled this morning by Matthew Fisher. Madson completing his 100, finishing with 104. Anuj Dal 18. What else do we have? Alex Thompson was the wicket of Jordan Thompson for 8. That was on the stroke of lunch. And Aaron Donald didn't quite manage to make the ton. 97 after an unfortunate incident with a full toss that was given as a no ball, and I think adjudicated originally as a 4, which was then rescinded. Zach Chappell 78. with some swash and buckle. Pat Brown made 15, and Blair Tickner was 11 not out, with 4 for 96 Matthew Fisher, 3 for 78 Joe Root, 2 for 82 Jordan Thompson, 1 for 61 Ben Code. And then just Finley Bean losing his wicket second time around. He'll be pretty annoyed with that, you would have thought, given that they've come off 4 balls later. LBW to David Lloyd for 33 Yorkshire, then 59 for 1 at the point. Bad light has ended proceedings for the moment, and I think, as I say, we all probably know where this one goes from here. Points wise,
I wrote that down before, but I've lost it
it'll be
again.
8 for the draw apiece.
Yeah.
Yorkshire with 5 batting points and 3 bowling points, therefore should finish this now with 16 points. Derbyshire
1 and 4.
So I'll make that 12.
Potentially.
So that should get Yorkshire off the bottom of the table.
Well, yes, it will, because Glamorgan aren't playing anyway, and they're down there as well, aren't they? Gloucestershire look like they're heading for a draw. Well, I will say just to mention one thing about the Derbyshire fielding effort, just the 5 drop catches in Yorkshire's first innings today, in this match. Another 5 drop catches, one of which could be quite expensive, because although Wayne Madson did make a century, he's got a very nasty cut on his right hand. He hasn't fielded since. He's had to cut some gloves up to make sure he can get his hands into the glove, because two of his fingers are strapped together, and you would say he'd have to be a doubt for Friday when Derbyshire plays Sussex, when Darren Du Pavillon will be in the building down at the county ground. Looking forward to that.
Pavillon or Pavillon?
Du Pavillon. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. I'm not saying Pavillon, though.
Mind you, I think we both asked during his time at various our counties, Duan Olivier, what he was called, how to pronounce his name, and he told me, just do it how you like.
Oh, did he?
Did he say that to you?
No, he told me it was Duan Olivier.
Okay.
It's raining now as well, by the way. We can see rain on our window in front of us. I think we can safely say you probably won't hear from us again. If you do want to leave now, you have my permission to do so. Not you, Doiji, the listener, because unless you want to watch a screen and then with the lights shining brightly, rain after that, I think you could probably find better things to do with your time, couldn't you? But we won't be back, I'm fairly certain. I've enjoyed. I've hardly been here, but to commentate, but I've enjoyed it.
It's been
adequate, hasn't it?
Yeah. We've got there from A to B. So just to say that for the men's cricket, back Friday morning in this same venue for the visit of Glamorgan for 4 more days of fun and frolics with Nick Webb and, if he brings him, Ed Bevan. Not quite sure how that one works out with BBC Wales these days.
Daffyd Pritchard.
Oh, maybe. Might have Daffyd. And prior to that, those who want to watch the Diamonds, well, it is the Northern Diamonds taking on the Blaze at Scarborough on Wednesday, a 10:30 start for a 50-over-a-side Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match. The Diamonds, of course, started the season well with a couple of wins and then met with a reverse against the Vipers over the weekend, so trying to get back on track. And we'll have ball-by-ball coverage with Graham Colley and I from Scarbados on Wednesday morning, so do join us both on the BBC Sport website and app, or of course if you prefer to watch from a distance on the stream.
And on Friday, Adrian Harms will be at the county ground in Derby. Sussex are the visitors. I did Derbyshire out of a point. They've got 5 bonus points, so they've finished with 13 points. That was it, really.
Okay, so I've
got nothing else.
I think we're fairly safe.
Nothing else. I've got to do a 5 o'clock in a minute, and then after that.
I think we're fairly safe, given that various items of ground equipment have been brought on that we probably are going to be saying this is done for good, but no official announcement at this moment in time. So if we need to come back, I think we'll say we will do, but otherwise, Fletch,
I think we're obliged to.
Yeah. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.